let's start with a couple of things. So first, I want to replay a subscription that happened 11 hours ago. Alright, this person's not here right now, but I wanted to welcome him back. So there. Hey Geek, hey Mitchell, hey Hideo. So today's stream started more on time than other streams. I got kind of a late start to my breakfast. Oh, how is it? Are you talking about the sub sound? Okay. One of the other things I want to do. So Edacom today, Tuesday. Adam is going to be fixing bugs today. Let's bring on something else now. Here you go. Okay, jumped out of my chair. Okay, yeah, I got it. Where are the changes? Man, I really should link in specific pages here, huh? Because it's frustrating to have to keep going to these. Okay. So, one of the things I wanted to test right now, and this is something a couple of people have complained about so far. Right now, when you zoom out, these bots look very pixelated. Apparently, there's an argument here where you can just turn on anti-aliasing. So if it's that easy, then let's try it out. New version today or same as yesterday? It should be a new version today. I'm not actually going to put it online yet until I test this part out. So options. Options takes in anti-alias. Although this may not be the API for version 3. Yeah, let's try it though. So let's just set anti-alias to true. And let's see what it looks like when we zoom out. Not at all better. So the reason for that is probably because that's not the API. Pixie.WebGL renderer. Oh, it is the API. Oh, that's too bad then, huh? Where are the options used in here? Anti-alias. Options.anti-alias. Oh, that's too bad. Well, I guess there's only so much it can do. I wonder if there's any way to make it better. The other thing is, there's native anti-aliasing only if it's supported. Let's put this there. See if that does anything. I don't know exactly how this should look, such that, whoa, I feel like everything just got a whole lot slower. Yeah, what is it doing? Okay, that very clearly changed all of the rendering. But that's really bad. It's incredibly slow. And it's doing some like weird stuff. Yeah, this is super slow. Oh, Draclin, welcome back. Okay, my entire machine has like ground to a halt right now. Let's close out of that tab. There we go. Yeah, so that's a bad idea. So let's just leave this off for right now. I don't know what this does, and we might have to do some more things there. But I wanted to try that first. So let's see. Do we have any commits to check in? So yeah, Draclin, 3 months. You're one of the first 3-monthers. There were like 4 of them yesterday, I think, and that's it so far. Yeah, that's been a bug for a while. Hey, Ann Perry. Okay, so let's check this in. Yesterday I worked on a lot of progression features, and now we're gonna go set this up. So let's put the game online. Oh, what's going on with my computer today? There we go. That was weird. Oh yeah, also update time until vacation. So that's what, 9 days from now? So today is going to be update changes, put game online, make database changes. So what's the first thing I should do here? I guess go start up a bunch of machines. Then the next thing I should do is deploy. So client package JSON. Okay, and then the next thing I should do is how are we looking, Bitbucket? Do you not want to work? No, it's all working. So this should be finished. Are you verbosing the Ansible? Yeah, I should be. Wonder if my computer's just slow today or something. Huh, strange. Alright, well, that's done. So now let's run the deploy. DL deploy. And let's connect to Debian1. And let's get the overseer IP address. There are definitely parts of this that I want to automate a little bit more. I don't mind this process as long as it works, because it's relatively few steps for me, even if it takes a long time. Mitchell. Alright, and then let's get the commands, which we are going to run with the verbose flag. Yeah, this is taking way longer than it should. What is going on with my computer right now? Okay, it's usually disk usage. And that looked like it spiked up to, yeah, it did. It spiked up to like 90%. I have a feeling that's what's causing this. Also, memory usage is through the roof. What is using that much memory? Chrome. What is Chrome using it for? Oh, wait a second. Oh, there we go. There was the build processes that I started. Their anti-alias option only works in Chrome. Yeah, and that FXAA anti-aliasing, which I imagine is redundant. What does this stand for? Yeah, fast approximate anti-aliasing. This is not fast. It must be with how I'm using the renderer. So that sucks. Anyway, here, prod host. Quit Ansible. So this stuff's done. And this. Suffer from memory loss too. Okay. This is coming right along. So next up, we need to start at the very least, I guess, the overseer. Actually, that's not even necessary. But we might as well kick this off. And since we're running with the verbose flag, we should see what's going to fail when it tries to pull, if anything. Depending on what method you choose to render your textures, it could not work at all. Yeah, I'm going to need to look into this a little bit more today at some point. Hey, Sixterino. Alright. So what's it working on now? This part always succeeds. So I'm not really concerned about this. And this does take some time. So that's okay. And it could also be the Sinopia machine is offline right now. I really doubt that, but you never know. Oh, thanks for the follow, Sixterina. Hey, Darkstorm. You officially renamed the game to Bugland? No. That's what I'm going to be working on today. Alright, yeah, let's let that work. So then let's go get the commands for these. So we need to go into the migrations file. We go to all these different fields. And then we figure out the command. So we want to add, let's see, defense pot coin earned, not nullable, default to 0. So not null, default to 0. And it is a signed integer. So this is defense pot coin earned, int not null, default 0. So int not null, default 0. Perfect. Okay, so there's one. We got to convert all of these. So next is last defense bot coin payout. That is a date time not null, default to this. Be nice if I just put this over here, huh? So get that. That's date time not null, default to done. So attack num wins today. That is an unsigned int that defaults to 0. Last attack num wins reset today. Cool. And then last experience reset. Cool. Alright, so we just need a couple more of these. Can you do me a favor? I haven't seen one bit of sarcasm in these bugs yet. That's obviously what we're all here for. Hey, Tomkas. And hey, Wimbles. Yeah. I'm not sure if I'm getting sick. I'm still a little bit wary about that. Then we'll think about me being normal again. Okay, so this all succeeded. Now we just need to finish typing these things up and we should be good to go. So experience and experience earned today. Both of these are unsigned and default to 0. So it's just like this. So experience and experience earned today. Not bad. Alright, cool. So let's go run all of these. We need to SSH into the overseer, connect to the database, and run these commands. Excuse me. Alright, there we go. So now that we're in the database, let's see how quickly these things will work. Let's just run them all. Actually, that's a bad idea. Let's just run them one at a time. Good. Yeah, okay. Now I'm going to just run them all. Nice. Okay, there we go. So now let's alter the default bot coin to be 0 for all new accounts. This is probably going to bother people. Let's not alter it then. Alright, so that's done. I'm going to hold off on this for now. Alright, there. That's it. Now let's just run the other commands and we should be done. There. Cool. And I guess we can have the game server start up soon too. Okay. So today is going to be mostly bug fixes. And we're just going to work our way down this list. And then if we have extra time at the end of the day, there's the leftover progression stuff that I never finished. So that's the kind of stuff we're going to look into today. I'm just going to worry about getting the game online right now though. So the next thing that we have to do as part of that is getting all the commit messages which is going to be all the progression related stuff. So we worked from here till here. I think yesterday was a pretty good day as far as progress goes. So clicking the credit card icon in the upper left of the news, set user's bot coin to 10,000. This is just a debug API that I'll disable eventually. Okay, players now start with this inventory instead of a much larger inventory. Cool. So the biggest change is you now earn experience points, and you now earn experience points when you win as an attacker or a defender. Only 1,000 can be earned per day. You can level up your computer when you get enough experience points. I'm pretty sure that this won't be possible today for anybody because experience needed is 16,000. So it takes 16 days for you to do this. Given how long it takes to get 16,000 experience points, this essentially won't be possible yet. Well, I'll say given that it takes 16 days to earn enough experience points to level up, testing this won't really be possible yet. Alright, and also you now earn bot coin every time you win an attack. Plus 20, plus 15, plus 10, plus 8, plus 7, and then no reward for all subsequent wins of the day. Alright, so that doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. This is done. You can now earn or lose bot coin every time you defend. When you lose a defense, you lose 10 bot coin, and when you win, you earn 20 bot coin. The payout only happens once a day, midnight GMT, and it can't go below -50 or above 50. Throwing in the really? I caught that. Thanks. Stream answered request. Will probably come back. What? Did I Tyson? Well, it's possible if I just grant you experience. Okay. Cool. So that's everything. Let's see if everything started up too. Yes and yes. Perfect. Okay, so let's also start at the game server. Perfect. All right, we're in pretty good shape. So let's go update the changes page. And then we can start to fix some bugs today. So this is still going to be a relatively buggy version of Botland. Yeah, Jacko. It's going well for me. How about you? Also, are these already in the best order? Whoops. You earn experience points. You can level up your computer. Okay. Oh. I read it as thanks, 8/10, stream answered request. And I'm like, what request? You were saying 8/10 stream. Then I don't know what this is from, but alright, I'm being dense right now. So this is version 5.1 released on the 29th. In general, added experience / bot coin progression. All right, yep, looks good. Okay, so changes have been updated. Now at some point, this will, yeah, so running Ansible playbook. Yeah, this should finish in about 2-3 minutes. Okay, so yeah, today's going to be all about fixing bugs. We certainly have plenty of those that we can work on. And like I said, any extra time will be spent on the features from yesterday that I didn't get to finish. Let's just update this really quickly. The game Botland is playable here. Hey Spiritman, hey Maniac Bind. How's it going for both of you? Alright, yeah, this will finish soon enough. Terminating game server shouldn't even happen. I need to change that logic. Alright, so I don't know what to do about this bug. Actually, no, I do remember, because Jath told us what the problem was. If I create a bot, place it down, test it, and cancel it mid-defense, and go back in and place that newly created bot, I get the same error message. Okay. What about renaming the changelog page to changelog so the URL can be clickable in chat? Oh, whoops. At least removing that. Yeah, that's a good suggestion. I should... yeah, Hideo. That and update. Oh, it's the apostrophe that's annoying. Yeah, we'll stick with Google Links for now. Started work on a new game. Yep, working on Bugland. Okay, there have been a bunch of bugs around canceling a defense. As soon as this server started up, I think we can just get to work here. I just want to make sure it's started up. This was Avexator's name idea. Also, wow. This is apparently not going to work. This shouldn't take longer than about 3 minutes. Unfortunately, I don't have timestamps here. Well, what's that you're drinking? This is Soylent. I got kind of a late start to my day today. I started the stream only 10 minutes early instead of 20 minutes early. Okay, yeah, this is probably just not going to work. We can try running it again. Let's connect to the game server and see what's happening. Game server. Oh, done. Okay, well. It's weird that it took 4 minutes. I don't think it should take that long. So now if we connect to play.bot.land, everything should be working. Let's try it out. So we hit edit, and we should see our experience. Whoa, 28,000. Oh, right. I set everyone to level 4, not to level 5. Or not to level 3. Oops. Okay, so it'll actually take 28 days to get that much experience. What's that? I see those bottles everywhere. It's basically a meal replacement. Okay, so if we press save right here. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so the game's online. You guys can play. There's not really too much to test because, well, I'll try this out briefly to make sure this works. And it doesn't tell you how much experience you got anyway. So let's see. Artillery, regen, and missiles. We'll go with melee and cloaking. Gotcha. Okay, you received 20 bot coin. I don't remember what my bot coin was at. Probably 1625, but like I said, never actually checked it. And my experience went up by 50. Hooray. Hey, Kesha, thanks for following. Been in the stream a few times now. Is it a new hype thing? I don't know how long it's been out for. I think about a year or so. But I think people are pretty happy about the product. I think marketing has been good. That's probably why. Okay, nice. So yeah, let's start working on the bugs. All right. So Jath was referring to a bug where you hit edit and then what? Create a bot, test it, cancel, go back and try to create the same bot. So we create a bot, we give it anything, I suppose, melee. We test it, we cancel while it's being tested, we go back to edit, and that bot still exists and should not, apparently. Now if we try saving it, that won't work. Okay, so this is a bug. Jath did a good job here. And I know what's causing this. Maybe I should just try to fix this the right way. Because I know what the right way is. I can fix 2 bugs at once. Or any temporary blueprints, which is what this one should be marked as. And actually, Jath should have had... They're not marked as temporary, are they? So there's... Yeah. Yeah, so I have a repro. 1, edit defense. 2, create blueprint. 3, place new blueprint. 4, test defense. I don't know if test is even necessary. I think canceling is all that's needed. So if I refresh the page and try again. 2013. Oh, okay. Thanks, Walter. Always fix everything the right way. Yeah. Yeah, the right way. Yeah, let's just do that. Still, I'm gonna write down the shortest repro for this. So we click plus, we place the bot, we hit cancel, and we go back in. Oh, the bot's actually gone. Oh, it's only when we... What? How does that work? Delete temp object. Oh, interesting. This just never gets called when you cancel. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. Maybe it's not considered temporary. I don't know what's going on. Oh, if you're not testing your defense. Oh, I see. I get it. Okay, I know exactly what's going on here. Start a revolution with that talk. Why don't you drink Java? I don't have caffeine. That's the most programmer-y response. So place new blueprint, test defense, cancel out of testing it, go back into the defense. The blueprint is still there. This is because I have code in cancel game that specifically will not delete temporary objects if you're testing your defense. Yeah. You know what I should do? What I should do is just get rid of the whole cancel button while you're testing your defense. There should just be replay controls where you can speed it up. You heard Java? You did hear Java. Referring to the drink, though. Okay, so the easy solution here is to just fix the logic in cancel game. The correct and also hard solution is to get rid of temporary objects altogether. Now, there's a lot of code done around this, and it was on my to-do list. And Monadic Bind says that we should fix things the right way. He's some kind of Gandalf of programming. I guess we'll do it the right way. This is going to be frustrating. Alright, well, let's go find out how to do this. It's this to-do list right here. Alright. So this is what we're going to do. You shall not code. Alright. Since creations and updates will no longer be lumped together, split them out on the account server. Oh god, this is gonna take like half of today to fix this. Granted, I did need to do it eventually, and it was causing like 2 bugs. Hey TJ, what's up? Get rid of delete temp objects, get rid of temp objects, fix the hack. So the biggest part of this is designing things in such a way that the client can do whatever the heck it wants. Then after the account server validates everything, it returns a mapping of real IDs back to the client's temporary ones. The client then has to update its temporary IDs to point at the new ones. Oh man, this is gonna be really difficult actually. Is there any better way to do this? What if I was designing this from scratch? This one particular feature, I mean. How would this work? So, problem. The client relies on the account server to get a unique ID for a script, or for a blueprint or a script. I did a whole bunch of hacks to make it so that I could create temporary blueprints and scripts so that if the client didn't want to persist them, then we could quickly delete them from the database. There are 2 issues here. One, until the client decides they want to keep or save them, we end up with a bunch of temporary objects in the database. And 2, there are way more database calls thanks to saving/deleting these temporary objects. Actually, there's more issues than that. I'll just say some issues here. As a result of this, I had to put a cap on how many temporary objects a user is allowed. This created another bug where you couldn't... How did this work exactly? You couldn't create new blueprints anymore, even though you had slots, even though you had permanent slots, because you were out of temporary slots. So yeah, and now the newest issue is now I'm running into a bug around trying to use a temporary object. Okay, so solution number 1, which I'd come up with, which I still think is going to have a lot of problems here, was come up with a temporary ID on the client, then tell the server about this ID. The server will create the blueprint or script and tell you the mapping from the real ID back to the temporary ID. The client would then update all of the temporary IDs to point to the real ones. Tomkis, take out the tweeting part and have it just print to the console. Oh wait, if this is your code, then yeah. Take out the tweeting part and try to make it as easy as you can. Seems like a lot of progress the last few days. Yeah, there's some pretty good stuff. So now there's experience and Botcoin rewards in the game, and replays have controls on them. So let's say I'm attacking someone. What does this have? Lasers. Okay. So let's make a bot that does nothing. So if I'm attacking someone, I can now replay what just happened, and I can choose what speed I want to replay it at. And then when I'm done here, I can go back to attacking them again. So I can be like, oh, that didn't work. Let's try this out. And I can hit commence, and that did work. And so now when I log into Zatem 5, I'll have the same sorts of controls over here in their replay. So I can look at phase 1 or phase 2 immediately, and I can play through this thing. So it's pretty good. Pretty good indeed. So what I'm worried about here is that I need something to generate those IDs for me, and I need to make sure that I have a mapping and I can update that mapping. Is there any other solution I can come up with here? I guess solution number 2 would be switch from using auto incremented integer IDs to using UUIDs. Excuse me. Is there anything else? What else could I do here? There's some ID on the server that we can't possibly know at the time. So it's either get it and mark that it's temporary. It could be create everything as though it's permanent. That's a bad idea. Puts undefined in the tweet box. So yeah, the problem is you have 2 different tweet queues. You have var tweet queue here and var tweet queue here. And so this one's actually getting set to text. This gets hoisted to the top of this function, but it's not the same one that's written here. So there's your problem. But yeah, what I would say is this. So Tomkiss, instead of, and this is what TJ is trying to say here too. Instead of just having this thing here, just change this to a console.log tweet queue. You would see here that it's undefined, so you don't need to open up a window every time you try to do this. And then you'd be like, okay, tweet queue's undefined, why is that? And yeah, the reason why is you have 2 different var tweet queues here. And debugging this could be really helpful too. Remember, you can always put a debugger statement anywhere you want. So here you'd see that, okay, this is defined correctly. Then here you'd see, okay, it's not defined anymore. And if you set a default value up here, I bet you it would be set to hello down here. Hey, Festic. So solution number 3, I guess, treat every blueprint as permanent. This has huge ramifications. All right, so all I came to the conclusion of is that solution 1 is still my best solution, and it's going to be really annoying to do. Well, Tomkiss, so the how can I miss that question is actually really, really important. And the answer is probably that you're not debugging. You should really get into debugging as soon as you can. And it's really simple in JavaScript too. You can just press F12 and you can set a breakpoint anywhere in your code you want, and then just pause execution and see. You do not have enough experience to upgrade your computer? Alright, good, Hideo. Now I just gotta ban Hideo's account for trying to hack. Too bad. Okay. So let's do this with maybe just scripts at first. Oh, I just don't know. This is going to be very tough. Try just for blueprints at first to get temporary IDs. Okay, so when you go to create a blueprint, what happens right now? There's a whole bunch of temporary garbage. Oh, it's just so bad. So bad. I don't know why I did this at first either. I shouldn't have done this. Alright, so let's go to process on create. Here it is. So there's create on account server, create on game server. Create on account server is just not going to exist anymore. We used to rely on this though. Good programmers don't need to debug. I would say perfect programmers don't need to debug. Everyone else still has to. If you can program everything perfectly the first time though, then you're inhuman. You don't like breakpoint debugging that much? Then I found out about hashtag if. Yeah, that can be helpful. I think there are a lot of ways to make your debugging life easier. Breakpoints, I think, are just the simplest. But you can also have things trigger breakpoints for you, like assertions. And they can be helpful too, so that you, at the point of a failed assumption, you find out about it immediately. So create action workbench. This is just create blueprint. So we had this function, which is not going to be there anymore. We call this whether or not we're in a game, so the account server gives us a real ID. Yeah, that's too bad. Hey, Vito. If we're in a game, then this blueprint is temporary. Yeah, we're going to have to get rid of that too. So we're not even going to tell the account server about it. Huh. Hey, Echo. It is strange that you didn't get a notification. But good morning. Nonetheless, how's it going for you? Yeah, this is crazy. Okay, so get rid of this. And then I guess get rid of it from here. And then get rid of all of this too. English is hard. And TJ, I highly suggest that you stop while you're ahead. I don't know if 17 Laffy Taffies is still considered being ahead, but you're past the point of no return now. You'll be in a sugar fever. I was going to throw money at you, might be muted. Hey, Germ Games. Alright. So this doesn't exist here. And so trying to serialize this is not going to work. But we have all of these, and I presumably have a way to set these things. So let's go find out what that way is. Set bot bay. Oh, hey, we do have a function for this. So we want to dispatch set bot bay. Now, if you, we need to mark them as temporary. That's the problem here. The client has to know. Yeah, the client has to know. Yeah, this is too bad. So hardware, cosmetics, name, script ID is attack blueprint, and then true to mark it as temporary. And create on game server if necessary. Oh, this is frustrating. This is so frustrating. I should have done this right the first time. I would have had all these details in my head. I wouldn't be going back and trying to undo a whole bunch of stuff. Your link section has nothing unless hid donation link. Oh, I don't have a donation link set up. Do I still have the donation command? No, I don't. Or donate. There used to be a command that would tell you why I don't have a donation link. So yeah. I used to not have one because there was no way for you to give me money, and that's how I liked it. And that's how it stayed for about a year. Then I became a Twitch partner, and now you can subscribe or cheer. And I don't push either of those things. So sometimes I check my money earned at the end of the day, and it's like, hey, you made way less than minimum wage for 8 hours of work. That's fine. I feel like it's more important to make a game right now. Yeah, alright. All this is going to be a whole lot of difficult things to do here. Is temporary. Experiment. So if true, this blueprint only exists on the client. And in that case, the ID can just be treated as... Well, no, it can't be. We should just use negative IDs, though. In fact, if we go look at the database and we say describe bot base, the ID is an unsigned int. Yes. Okay. So assigning negative ints is fine. And the client is never going to generate more than probably like 2,000 of these in an entire play session. So it should be okay. We could also just start at the high billions if we want to. Nobody answered my question. What's your question? Is Pascal still used? I don't think so. Also, if you're ever curious about this, there's that TIOBE index of programming languages. I don't know how to find this anymore. There used to be a very easy way to do it. Yeah, here it is. So you can search for whatever language you want to search for. Wow. If this is, I don't know. Whatever. Hey, Digite. Alright, so we have this is temporary. The is temporary part needs to be saved pretty much everywhere. So is temporary. And same thing here. In theory, this shouldn't be too terribly bad to do. I just think it's going to take a long time. Deserialized generic. Oh my god, there's like a million of these things. dbBotPay has no concept of this temporary. This came from the database, meaning it existed on the server, meaning it isn't temporary. Binary Ghost, thanks for following. I feel like your username should have been this. You missed out on an opportunity. Alright, so any of these deserialize that pass around attack values. Hey Nervopones, welcome back. I'm going to be closer to you in college, might have to come visit. Where are you going to college, TJ? I'm sorry. I just thought of something, which is if you went to like the closest school here, we become best buds, we stream together, then you eat too many Laffy Taffies one day, and it ruins our friendship. I never talk to you again. Well, Binary Ghost, you created your account, what, 2.5 years ago, so I probably wouldn't change it for just a 1. What? What are you face palming at? Is this something I said? Oh, the C sharp thing. Oh, God, yeah, thank you. Please always face palm at that. Okay, so we have his temporary here. Next, we need to save it in Redux that way too. I should really just be making bot bays out of this stuff. So let's just come up with a global ID. We'll figure out where this should go later. For right now, here's what we'll do. We'll say global.next blueprint ID equals -1. North Dakota. That is still not close, I would say. In fact, I guess I would say unless you're one of the neighboring states, it's not even close. Because in order to go from the Seattle area to Oregon is like 2.5 hours. And same thing to Canada, it's like 3 hours, I think. And I don't think that's really close by car. I guess by plane it's pretty close. But yeah. Hey, GFDA. Montana's like an 8-hour drive. that was a one dream, DJ. It wasn't. What was the dream I even had? I don't remember. Man, last night I had another dream about Botland. I'm not gonna share this one though. Oh, now there's a new binary ghost. Is this? I have a feeling that's Spurt, man. I don't know though. Oh well. Kappa, kappa, kappa. Okay, so we don't have a bot bay here. I guess we should just make one, but we don't have the class to make one either, do we? We probably just should. Yeah, let's just go get it. God, this is just a bad idea. What happened to my bookmark? What does this take in? These things? Hardware slot configurations and actual hardware slot configuration. No. Okay, we can't do this. It's not for UI code to figure this out. Darn it. It would have been so much easier. Oh, man. So there's deserialized from Redux. I don't know how this even works. That's how that works. So we could just say deserialized generic. This is silly. This is definitely silly. Alright, so ID, hardware, cosmetics, name, script ID, is attack, blueprint, is temporary. Yeah, so that's all of this. So let's just copy paste these things. Hey, banana. Oh, alright, see you, Monetic Pine. Well, let me see. What else did I miss? Sadly, it's not. Into who you said I forgot. It's me, Binary Ghost. Okay, I said Shrimp, man. Hey, Orange Ray. Thanks for the bids. Adam always has nice jackets on. I am a fan of hoodies. Man, Orange Ray. You're like Like the sole cheerer in here yesterday. And now today, you and Spurtman, the cheer duo. Okay, so deserialized generic. We have this. What this used to be. Oh, Age Monkey, the newest viewbot. Thanks for stopping. I always love hearing that tune. Streaming is insanely profitable nowadays. Well, if 1 bit was $1, then yes, I would totally agree. Because that means I'd be making 100 times more from cheering. But I don't think it's profitable for programmers. Not yet, at least. And yeah, Germ, I think it might be limited to certain countries and possibly certain platforms as well. I'm not positive though. Alright, let's see what this used to be. I'm going to make incredibly slow progress today. I am just out of it. Alright, this used to be set from serialized bot bay. So we want to do the same thing. Done. Then we take that same thing and we create it on the game server. Okay. Well, thank you, Orange Ray. Thank you. Yeah, sure, TJ. We can get lunch. Not gonna know what to do with my bits next month. Save them all up. Oh man, when I come back, you could give me like 20,000 bits. It's a great idea, Orange Ray. You should consider it. Oh, hey, Godeek. Thanks. I haven't seen you in chat for a while. And now you're back with bits. Nice. Oh, J Bugsy. J Bugsy. You're the newest viewbot. Thanks for subbing. Man, today's been a good day so far for money, I suppose, but I do feel the need to remind everybody that in 9 days I'm going to be gone on a month-long vacation and that there won't be any streams. Was sick, then on vacation, then sick again. Oh man, well I hope you're not in the then sick again phase right now. Either way, I hope you feel better. Hey, Endorn. It was time. Okay. I guess after asking those questions yesterday about arm wrestling and what was the other question you asked? Darn it, I don't remember. You were good for the vacation. That's good. Alright, so when it comes to updating this on the game server, I think we're fine. We're going to need to delete temporary scripts. Make sure that canceling out of a game deletes all of the temporary objects. We've been here for 5 minutes. Alright, sorry. Chat's been moving fast. Oh, holding my breath underwater. That's right. Actually, that would be pretty interesting, TJ. If I just had you stream under my account, I'm pretty sure that's not allowed. But imagine if I did, I just never acknowledged it, and you're like, guys, this is me. I'm Adam. If you're making a simple filter where XSS matches directly. Banana, this all comes down to API. I'm not sure exactly. Like, if you're making a regex, that's different from if you're using just a dot replace or something like that in JavaScript. Or so yeah, if we just know what API you're trying to match with, that'd be helpful. You should just pre-record content. I thought about this. Even if I pre-recorded some stuff, I could do what? Maybe like a half hour of video. Or I could do a stream on a Saturday that I just don't stream, and then you guys happen to watch it during December. But really, what does that accomplish? There's going to be like 10 people who watch that. So I figure, yeah, I'll just have to go on vacation. A3D extended. Okay, so create on game server if necessary just calls into that create function, which is here, which is here. What is this? Created blueprint. So we can put a breakpoint here. Hey, Killjoy. Are you saying that's you right now? Because I have time for playing games. I don't think I have whatever system you need to play Final Fantasy 15. I imagine it's on PlayStation. Is it also on PC? I really doubt this. Yeah, it's not. It'll probably come to PC eventually, like in a year or something. Wait, you don't say regex? Everyone I've ever met has said regex. What do you say? Regex? I guess because it's regular expression. Regex. No, I don't like it. I don't like it. Get it away. It's regex. Alright, so let's try this out. And we gotta get rid of all the create temporary nonsense that we have. When you save a defense, make sure to tell the account server about any temporary blueprints that you have, along with updates. Hard G, like Reggae? No, I'm kidding. I say reggae. I don't think anyone says that wrong. But yeah, I think Demail, are you in the US? Because everyone I've heard in the US says it regex. Unrelated bug. The owned. Oh yeah, no, I know about that, Hideo. I just never coded that. I should have followed the same thing I followed before, which is that I'd put an alert when I didn't code something. Because there are plenty of places where you try clicking something and it alerts you that, hey, I just never coded this. I'm so triggered right now. You're in the US. Oh wow, okay. And I used to say GIF. Then I changed. I say GIF now. Huh, you are in the US. And you say regex. I don't like that. Ackles. Hey, Tembroya. I'm not actually gonna get any coding done if I keep paying attention to chat. Usually I can do both. Today I'm just mired in this. All right, so let's try this out. What happens when you do whatever small amount of work I did? Oh, nothing. It doesn't even load. Well, let's fix that, huh? Dot then on 960. That's right here. Oh, what? Because there's a semicolon? Yeah. All right, so let's get rid of this stuff. There. And this should be tabbed in. Slow mode, yeah. I'm in slow mode right now. Is there a way to disable the HTML5 player in Twitch? That is probably a better question for Google. I don't know. Hey, Zython. Alright, what did I break now? This is still a problem, apparently. I don't believe it. Yeah, I really don't believe it. So let's just rerun this and see what happens. No, it still doesn't work. Oh, it's a different problem. This already exists because of this. Bot pay from account server? Yeah, get rid of that. Hey, it built. Hooray. But what about giraffe, guys? It's not giraffe. I think their language rules are ambiguous for basically everything to do with pronunciation in English. Because of how many loan words there are. Alright, so what happens when we click this button? In fact, I should probably just get rid of this. Let's hit the delete button and then watch it just totally break. Wait, that was successful. That didn't break. Okay, the one time I expect something to break and it doesn't. This was like, all right, whatever. Okay, so let's come back into this. We should have no defense blueprints, and let's make it so we have no attack blueprints. Okay, we have none. We have none right now. Graph. Glowing soul. What degree of difficulty is this game design? I'm pretty new to all this. So, okay, I don't mean to sound pedantic here. I consider game design to be very different from game development. So, if you're talking about the design of this game, that's referring to this document most likely, which is like, hey, what should this game do? In my mind, this is divorced from the interface of the game and the programming of the game. So, you could make this a tabletop game if technology allowed for it, or you could make it a video game. The only thing that really matters there is how quickly can you do stuff, I think. So, in particular, the design of this game I don't think is that difficult. It's similar to Clash of Clans and also something like S Creeps. I don't think many people have played both of those games, although a lot of people have probably played Clash of Clans. When you're talking about the development of this game, though, how difficult is that? It is full stack development, and I'm not using a game engine, so I'd say it's more difficult than it could be. Yeah, I've seen that, DeMail. You can spell a lot of words very interestingly if you follow those rules. No, I don't think that's especially pedantic. Let me be pedantic about the word pedantic. So select ID name from users. We want Adam5, who coincidentally has the ID 5. So that's pretty good. So now select star from bot base where user ID equals 5. We have nothing. Okay, good. Okay, so now we click this button, we click this button. We expect everything to break at some point. This is not technically a break. Let's take a look. Does this have everything set correctly? Is temporary is true. It doesn't have a script, doesn't have a name. Is text false? ID is -1. Yeah, all this stuff is perfect so far. Pretty good. Pretty good. Now, this part broke. Why did this break? Cannot read property then of undefined. What? Is this not asynchronous? Something's wrong. This is not asynchronous. But then... Okay, fine. It's not. We'll just get rid of that. But then this isn't returning a promise. So create blueprint doesn't need to have a dot then here anymore. So we get rid of this. And one of the other things I'm going to need to write down here is stop passing in, God, what's it called? Create blueprint on account server. I should grow a fish on my chin. That's pretty good, glowing soul. And also made me think for a second. So the design obviously came first, right? Like the blueprints to this all. Well, Killjoy, there's an interesting history to Botland. And when I say interesting, I mean uninteresting. So the stream started September 8th, 2015. And this was also the first day of development for the game. We had an evolving game design doc. Now, when I say we, I mean a guy named Ian and myself. So we had an evolving game design doc that I would say was like pretty close to finalized in early 2016. Is that even fair? I'll say mid 2016. Then, after it was finalized, we realized the game wasn't fun. So can you say that we had a design doc before starting everything? Yes. We also had prototyped it for 7 months. That took place before September 8th. But was it a good design? I don't know. So sometime around then is when I changed the design of Botland. And you can take a look at what Botland used to be like in this video. It used to be a real-time game. And I kept trying to make it so that your decision tree mattered in the game. And it was very hard to do. So there were things like you'd place factories and you can see this stuff just working. And then I'm going to go log in on another account in the video. And then I'm going to place factories as the other person. And it's going to produce bots. And the goal was to make it more of a like you're playing against another person who's present and you're both using the same rules and you have the same objectives. So it was a symmetrical real-time game. Now it's an asymmetrical asynchronous game and it's much better I think, but man, these were some rough times for Botland. Hey Lil Me Panda. But in general, Killjoy, yeah, the design should come before the coding. That way you know what it is you're doing. And thanks for the follows, Furious Viking and Kiku. Alright, so now that we have this, we get rid of the promise that we had. Set selected bot bay. I guess this should just be, it knows you created it, so yeah, we just set it back to this. I feel like that should just be baked into this. Okay. Did you design the creatures or was that Ian? That was actually neither of us. At least as far as I know, it was neither of us. All the bots are made by a set of artists who I did not mention in that history of Botland. And so what I like about these is they can be combined in pretty much any way. So this is two pieces from the same set and one piece from a different set. And they still look like they work well enough together. I mean, some of these are very bizarre combinations that you can have. But it works. You can color them however you want. So I think the bots that players have in the game are going to be very interesting looking. And then there's this detailed view too that I haven't really been using. That's very good. Yeah. I definitely like this, and I think it works well in the game too. So by the way, anyone who's curious, here's the video of Botland, and here's how to play the game right now. You can just go to play.bot.land. If you log in here, you can see what it's like to. Oh, hey, Hideo beat me. Let's go to phase 3. It's always Hideo beating me the same way. Artillery bots in the bottom left. Anyway, if you go into Botland, you can see what it's like to customize your bot directly in this editor. So if I wanted to look like, whatever, a wasp, but with the foot of an octopus bot, there we go. So you can try all these different combos out. I think it'll be cool. How many quotes are there? Yeah, there's about 50 something. Okay, let's try this out. Time for landmines in the lower left. I mean, Hideo would just change his strategy if that happened. Alright, so we click the create button. We click create here. It breaks in. That's totally fine. And then this breaks because bot bay was never saved off. That's actually pretty easy to fix, but I don't like this and I want to fix that later. So in whatever this is, edit blueprint, create blueprint. Just have the workbench actions. Select a new. Been pretty busy lately. Haven't followed streams much. How's it been going? It's been going pretty well. So a couple of things. We've got the changes list here, which talks about every single version of Botland and how it changed. I try to be as transparent as possible with these as far as they affect you guys. So sometimes I work on a feature. While I'm working on it, I create a bug. Then I fix that bug. So it turns into a git commit where I say fixed a bug, but it doesn't impact you guys because you never even saw the bug to begin with. So I try to let you know all the things that will affect you in here. So every day there's several bullet points worth of patch notes. So we're just chugging along toward alpha. And yeah, that document that Endorn linked in, the alpha document is actually we are one step closer here. Because I guess we did this, allow for upgrading computer level. This is done. And add and subtract bot coin on winning and losing. This is done. So today what we're working on is actually not technically on this list. It's bug fixing, which it's implicitly on this list. The design's going to change right after beta. Also thoughts on WebASM, not for Botland, but in general. I haven't looked into WebASM too much. I think it sounds like it's a good thing, a really good thing. And design's going to change right after beta. I don't think the design's going to change. So the plan right now, everything that you saw in that design document, this is the plan for what Botland will look like at release. So I know this doesn't seem like a lot, and you might think, wait a second, why do you need 6 months to finish all this stuff when you have most of it coded? Well, we need to polish things. We need to work on some other areas that I've been putting off for a while. And finally, there is the release as multiple apps, which I'm going to have to look into as well. I expect that'll take at least 6 months. Then you'll say, wait a second, though, aren't there a bunch of features missing here? Like all social features, maybe a friends list, guilds, chat in the game. Maybe there's things like achievements that you might want. Maybe there's more game modes. Yes, all of these things are things I've been thinking about. They won't happen until after the game's been released, though. I think that just having a version 1 where I do a few things really well is a pretty good idea for right now. All right, let's try this again. We'll eventually get there. Oh, it worked that time. So now we can place bots. Can we test this out? Yes. Okay, so far so good. But now saving it to the account server is not going to work. So let's press the save button. Could not save your defense because I'm trying to use a blueprint that it doesn't know about. Right? Is that correct? Yeah, no bay found update. Okay, well, this is where things get a little bit more interesting. A little bit. Hey, Flappy Bird. Friends lists are useless for me. Nobody wants to be my friend. Man, I've been playing that game that I don't even want to say the name because I don't want to advertise this at all. But I've been playing a game and there was someone in the game who was like, will someone be my friend? I'm 13 and I don't have any friends. I couldn't help but laugh. I think someone responded to them. But man, why would you say that? It just sounds so sad. Hello, beginner. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't you dare make a C# joke. Alright, so tell them about any temporary blueprints. We have Redux Util, and in here is where we get blueprint changes. I said not to do it. Alright. So yeah, when you save to here, we need to know what's the... Let's do this. So we have export defense. We get blueprint changes and script changes. I believe this accounts for everything. So let's put a breakpoint right here and get rid of the one that I added wherever else I added it. Here, this one. Worth it? I don't know if it's worth it. Do you want to lose a point every time you tell a joke? Hey, Dorzai. Dorzai, haven't I not seen you here in like forever? I'm pretty sure I haven't. Well, welcome back. How's it been going? Next time I'll time out that person. But what if they come up with some new like super humor, and then we're not able to get their next level jokes? That would be a shame. Alright, blueprint changes. Let's take a look. So this will return a set of additions, deletions, and changes. So I'm pretty sure that additions are not going to work here correctly. We have new blueprints from somewhere. Oh, interesting. It's actually very interesting. This is a good design for things. To render the buildings on the other side. That's pretty good. I like it. All right, so go through all the new blueprints and get the ones. Actually, this might be correct. Let's just take a look at here. Changes, additions. We have one. Yeah, it worked. So this gives us an ID that otherwise is not referred to anywhere else. So when the account server handles this, it's got to tell us, here's the mapping of your IDs back to the real IDs. Wait, Zython, I don't get your joke. I messed it up? Okay, well that's why I don't get it then. Alright, so this is actually not working that badly. All we need to do now is when we have what, validate blueprint and script changes. Yeah, so the unfortunate thing is no matter what gets returned, anywhere this is used as middleware, we're going to need to modify the return value. Hey Alex, pink Alex, no longer purple Alex. Yeah, this is going to be problematic. I think this is only done in 2 places though. One is saving your defense and the other is simulating a game. Oh man, this is annoying. So what does save defense finally return? Just 200. Okay, I guess that's okay. And then what else? This one returns a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah, it does. Okay. Well, this is doable. I just don't like it. Okay, you guys just copy pasting jokes from like a programming section on a joke website. Alright, so this was already done thanks to how I saved a clone of the workbench. On the account server in the middleware, make sure save an object of the mappings from temporary IDs to real IDs. Make sure to send this object back when you're saving a defense or whether, and then also when you're attacking someone else. Here's the joke. I internalize it as I am an object or something like that when you said var I equals this, but I object, I guess. There aren't that many deaths during botland. Play along, we want to be funny. Okay, fine. I don't object. So in the middleware that we have, we've got to get what these things get saved as. Unfortunately, this is, well, if the client isn't hacked, I guess this doesn't need to be transactional because we assume that whatever you're doing is going to work. And if it doesn't, then you're only screwing yourself over here. I don't equals object. Okay, so potential problem. This is middleware. So if there's an error somewhere after this middleware, then the client will never be told that the script/blueprints can be saved. That would mean that the client would still think that they're temporary, but the server would know that they've been saved to the database already. Is there a way around this? Don't know if you can ever legitimately run into this problem though. If the client isn't hacked, then it should validate everything for itself when you try to save a defense. However, if there is a problem, this will lead to duplicated I guess that by telling the server, no, but you don't know what the problem is. Okay, one thing we could do is to have an API beforehand that will just persist your blueprint/scripts. That works. Will also top notch jokes over you. Tisk tisk, you guys. Tisk tisk. Alright, are there any issues here though? Then you may persist your blueprint/scripts without necessarily saving your defense. No, that won't work. Darn it, this is really tough. This may involve deletions as well. Okay, we could change this on the server though. We could change this on the server perhaps. No, I don't know how to do this. This is the nerdiest day I think I've ever had on this stream. So how do I fix this? I only want to save blueprints/scripts if the defense will eventually validate. Okay, GFT, I haven't heard that one before. Because you can't get a raise. Yeah, I've seen that video, Glowing Soul. It sounds like this all needs to be in a sort of transaction. But I can't really guarantee this. Is there anything else I can do here? I'm just missing somehow. Maybe we don't consider the deletions. But then the creations may not work because you may have needed a deletion to go through so that you wouldn't hit your max. This is pretty good, Spurt Man. I like that. I'm not sure how to do this. I'm not sure how to do this. I think the scenario that I'm trying to address is this. You try to save your defense and you pass blueprint additions / deletions. Then the additions and deletions work, but saving your defense doesn't. How does the client know that the additions and deletions worked? For the timer that players get, do you run this on the server or the client side? What are you talking about, EOJ? In Code Matrix. I pronounce this char, like the English word to burn, instead of care, like in character, which is I know how a lot of people say it. But anyway, it's still a good joke. How's the Soylent? Sick of it yet? I like it. It's easy, which is the biggest reason that I drink it. Because I don't have to do anything that's more time consuming. Maybe in an error handler for this, they have a query to see if their scripts went through. Maybe the server, I don't know. That's good, Code Matrix. Thought you had a timer for the game? I don't yet. I probably will, but it probably won't work exactly like how a regular timer would work. It'll probably just, imagine this. You attack player X. Now you wait 50 hours. You finally beat player X. So I think this is fine, but I think because 50 hours passed, we probably won't count it as a ranked match anymore. Something along these lines, where it's like, yeah, there's a timer. Maybe you can see it, maybe you can't. And when you win, you'll still beat them. It'll still count, but it just won't be ranked, and you won't get experience. Maybe something along those lines. I don't know. Hey, mate, Tim. Hey, Verenz. You know, technically in Octal, that's still 789. So if it doesn't know, then it will duplicate the additions / deletions another time. Yeah, I still can't figure out how this is going to work. I guess the only way for this to work is that in the error handler for something, we either need, there's only either in an error handler on the server, return an error response that contains that the deletions, that the changes went through. Or in an error handler on the client, try to find out whether the changes went through. I don't even know how this sort of thing would work, because we have fake IDs on the client. we could just have a bit in the users table that says whether the last attempted save was successful. Sure is. Alright, DFT, that one's pretty good too. I'm not sure how this would work, but I do think this is how it should be theoretically. We say something like return this dot account server rest client. Let's just look at the real code. So in catch, attempt to see if our scripts did indeed save. How do we do this? This is the one part I don't understand how we do this. Because we get an error that says could not save your defense, which could be any number of reasons. Like, this could have happened because a game server was offline. So now attempt to see if our scripts did indeed save so that we don't mark them as... Oh no, but that won't work either. Darn it, this does need to be transactional. We can't even save these to the database. Okay, yeah, this won't work. Hey, Syntonic. You got 3 days left. Did you get any sleep last night? An 85 filter, thanks for following. It's possible that your defense can't save because a game server is offline. And this happens relatively frequently. This means that the client would try to... Wait. Additions off again in the future. This means that, okay, that even if the client marked their scripts as permanent now, their existing defense may be using undefined scripts. That's the problem. And Crazy Eagle, thank you too. Working on a bid for the city of Boston, which is due tomorrow afternoon. Learning all about government bidding process. Golden hammers, baby. Oh, cool. Well, welcome, 85 Filter. And yeah, I'm generally working on JavaScript. Right now, I'm working on English and just trying to figure out how I can solve this stupid problem. To describe the problem, I would need to tell you kind of a lot about the game. For now, there's a video on the game. But to try to explain this problem to the people who do know enough about this, so you have a defense in the game. You have a defense in the game, and it's potentially using blueprints that you've made. So I make a blueprint, I set it up with whatever I want, maybe melee, and I hit create, and I put this down. Cool, now I've got my defense, and it works how I want it to. Let's just speed this up. Well, let's say I go and delete this. Let's say it was my last blueprint that I could have. So I delete this, and now I make a new blueprint. Now I've got an artillery bot here, and I put these down over here, and I hit test. That's working fine. In order for me to save my defense now, I have one deletion that I send to the account server, which is the melee bot I got rid of, and then one addition, which is the artillery bot. Remember, I was at max, so let's say max is 5. I had 5 bots, one of which was melee. I delete the melee one. I add an artillery one. I still have 5 bots, so I haven't gone over the max. So that's allowed. That was working. The problem is, what if your defense doesn't validate? So you delete the melee one, you add the artillery one, and then for some reason it says, oh, couldn't save, the game server was offline. Well, if we persist those changes, your defense looked like this before, and it was using melee bots. Well, if those melee bots are gone, your defense is going to be invalid now. And you'd find a way to do this in a more transactional way. Fixing the problem yesterday with Phantom Bot stuff thingy. Oh no, that was on Friday, and I actually fixed that same day. Fixing a different one now. Hey, Pawn. Hang on a second. Excuse me. All right. So the only way to handle this is to have the account server to persist these changes only if the defense can be saved. Yeah, I think that's it. I think this makes sense. So when we go to save your defense, we put that in a transaction that's also, yeah, okay, that's the only way we can do this. So in the transaction where we save our defense, we also need to save any script deletions / additions. This means that until that point, we can't make sure you're using the allowed amount of blueprints. Also, what does this mean for attacking? For attacking, it's more important. We have something like simulate game phase here. And before simulate game phase, we validate your blueprint and script changes, but that's not going to work now. Man, this is all just very obnoxious. Well, here's where we save the results. So we could just not save the results if it's not going to work. Rory the Snowflame. Thanks for following. We can't save the results of the game unless your blueprint / script changes will be allowed. Yeah, fixing this is gonna take a lot of today, I think. Hey, it's oxyfedrine. Ephedrine, excuse me. Well, I know what needs to be done. I think the problem is getting it right is going to be really tough. Oh man. You'll know you have it right because you can run it through all your unit tests. Right. Yeah, not in this case. I should be writing unit tests for this kind of thing. I think it's going to be really, really hard to do. Okay, so I wouldn't really say I know French. I took like 5 years of French in school. If that means that I know it, then I should get a refund on my classes. This. What does this actually do? Wait a second. How did this even work? So for script deletions, I guess delete script doesn't check to see if it could delete the script. No user found, no script found to delete. How does this work? Doesn't make any sense how this used to work. Yeah, this is really tough. And thanks 85 filter. What's up with your hair? I showered last night instead of this morning. My hair always looks silly when I do it that way. Turn into a hippie. I also didn't shave. I should have done that. And yeah, all right, see you, pawn. That's how I feel right now too. That this is a crazy problem I'm trying to solve right now. And Nabulu, thanks for following. I don't know if I want to see how many lines of code are in that file. Oh, in this particular file, there's probably 4,000. Yeah, there's about 4,000. And the whole project, there's about 37,000. So this contains probably like one, what would you say, 13th maybe? Because this is how many lines, not lines of code. I don't know how many lines of code are in this file. But yeah, people comment on this a lot. I haven't seen a need to refactor this necessarily because I can search for all the functions I need, like save defense or whatever, very quickly. And I didn't see much of a need to filter this into different files. I think it would just make navigation harder. Am I standing? Yeah, I am. Man, I think this is going to be really tough. One of the other things I don't understand is how this wasn't causing a problem before. We would try to delete a script. If it didn't exist, then we would throw an error. So what happened if we tried saving our defense and then what did happen in that case? Blueprint changes. We mark deletions as any ones that don't exist anymore there. And then we just send these off to the server when we export a defense. Whoops. And if this didn't work, we just said could not save your defense. But then the deletion didn't fail the next time. I don't understand it. Is there some other thing I did here? No, man, I don't know. Not been able to get Sublime to play nice with JavaScript programming. It works well enough for me. I think using Sublime 3 is a very good first step. I'm using Sublime 2 and there are some things I just can't get working totally correctly yet. Hey, DFCN. Okay, so this is another thing I just don't have an answer to. I don't know how script deletions didn't cause a problem originally. If my defense couldn't be saved, then my deletions would still go through. And then when I tried a second time, it wouldn't be able to find the script to delete. Man. It was not autocomplete variable names? That is very strange, Kpone. I haven't actually used Sublime X3, but that... Well, if you're talking about like you have file 1 and you have some variable here, variable 1 or something like that, and then in file 2 you type vary and then you hit control space, I think that's something that's much harder to get set up. But if you're saying even in file 1 you do this and it's not working, that's a pretty fundamental thing that's broken. So I don't have an answer to this either. And I should be able to repro this. It should automatically get deleted as soon as I press the delete button. Then why does it not cause a problem the second time? Let's try this. Let's just turn off the game server Let's try this again. So here's what we're going to do. We are going to go into this. We're going to make a blueprint. And we're going to save the defense. This should work totally fine. No, wait, it won't because I turned off the game server. Hang on a second. Alright, let's try that again. Now it should work. Wait for the stupid thing to start up. Any second now. There it goes. Still can't save though for some reason. Weird. What did I break here? No bay found to update. Oh yeah, that's right. Darn it. Yeah, that is strange, Capone. Maybe one of your plugins is getting in the way. Man. Well, if I revert all of my code, I'd be able to see what's going on here. I need to stash what I'm doing. I don't really feel like doing this because it doesn't really matter. I don't know whether this worked or didn't. Doesn't really matter too much though. Okay, so let me think about this in its entirety. We want to make sure that you're not using blueprints that you don't have access to. I think we just have to ignore the max. So defense steps. 1, send over the full list of script/blueprints that you may have. We can't totally do this either though. Because you can send over as many additions as you want. Even this won't totally work because there's nothing stopping the user from deleting 9,000 blueprints and creating 9,001 and only really having one blueprint. And no, Jupiter, I never figured it out. You know, Hideo, the other thing I did in addition to adding logging is I prevented the client from being able to call it twice by clicking. I think it could have been a client-side problem, and maybe it was just a red herring that it seemed to be a server-side problem. The package called Node.js added code completion for many Node packages. Oh, cool. Okay, good, Capone. Glad you found it. Huh. That was fast, too. So we would need to cap this at a reasonable amount. Maybe allow a couple hundred deletions/additions. We need to stop it on the client side too though. And this request is going to flow through the system. Okay, anyway, send over full list of scripts and blueprints that you may have to the game server. The game server will verify that you have the hardware that you need. Because we can't actually save this there yet. Then 3, if the game server validates your defense, then we need to save all of the deletions, changes, and additions in the same transaction that saves the defense itself. And 4, send a mapping of temporary IDs to real IDs. Update the IDs using the mapping from the server. I guess you can down me, but I'm pretty sure you didn't click twice every time, but yeah, fingers crossed. Yeah, it was confusing too for me, and I agree, I wasn't clicking twice, but then again, there are weird bugs with Hammer.js where people are running into an issue where you are clicking, you're definitely clicking, and it's just not putting bots down. And then you end up clicking a whole bunch more times, and finally it works for some reason. I still haven't gotten to the bottom of that. Maybe that's the same thing that's causing this to happen. Who knows? Can you explain the temporary IDs versus real IDs thing? I've seen it a few times in your code. This is actually a different kind of temporary ID. There are two different temporary versus real IDs that exist. One is with entities. So entities like lasers, missiles, etc. don't even exist on the server. So there's no need for the server for the client to assign the same kind of ID to those entities. So I give them an entity ID, and any shared entities get a real ID. So that's one place. And then two is this thing that I'm talking about now with blueprints and script. The client should be able to create and delete as many blueprints or scripts as they want without necessarily updating the account server. That way they can test their defense before committing it. In order to do this, the client needs to have a temporary ID for these new blueprints or scripts. However, the server needs to save them with a unique ID, so the server will, eventually assign a real one and tell the client about it. This is something I can just undo now if I wanted to. I don't know if it's a good idea, but this is something that I'm working through right now, and I just can't get this logic to be simple, but I don't think there's a way for it to be simple. I think that by definition, this has to be transactional, because what you're doing here is you're making a modification. So, for example, you have a bot down that has lasers, and then you go in and update it, and you're like, oh, instead of lasers, I want missiles on this bot. Well, until you save your defense, that change from lasers to missiles should not take place. If it took place immediately, then you might have a subpar defense that people are attacking. So it has to be part of the transaction of saving your defense. Hey, Skynet. And it's just hard to get it to do that. So this is what I'm going to do right now. So yeah, send over the full list of scripts and blueprints that you have to the game server. So this bit about validating this isn't really correct, is it? Fetch player details will get all your scripts. This can't work anymore. So I guess the first thing is populate all of your existing scripts. We'll know about deletions, but we won't know about addition. Hey, Live Overflow. It's going okay. Man, things have been better. Today is just going to be a very difficult day. I might solve this one bug when I'd planned on solving tons of different bugs that were affecting a lot of different things. And this is just a very difficult bug to solve. It's not that I haven't hunted down the problem. I understand it. It's just coming up with a solution is so difficult. How are things going for you? Most people don't realize that Botland is really just a long, elaborate interview to work it out. Hey, sick. For debugging purposes only, a reset arena removing all your own bots. Oh yeah, I told Jason about that. I think he put it into the UI mockup. And I just never put it in the game. Yeah, there's a clear all button here. You want that also for attacking, right? So let's see, did he put it into here? I guess it's not very hard to do. We just put the button right next to there too. But yeah, I haven't gotten to that yet. But I agree with you, Hideo. So populate all of your existing scripts from the database first. All right. Let me also write down the reasoning for this. So this reasoning is pretty important. So let's get rid of all this and let's focus on coming up with a solution here. Gonna be tough. Won't be impossible though. You know the CUID library? If you know, what do you think about this package? I don't know about it, but let's take a look. Collision resistant IDs optimized for horizontal scaling and performance. How could this be collision resistant? Oh, there's a timestamp. And a fingerprint for the client. Yeah, it's interesting. This sounds like an older version of UUIDs where they use timestamps to try to figure it out. But this is collision resistant. It's not collision immune. So I don't know. You still need a way of handling collisions. I know this is way off topic for what you're doing, but if you need some UI components, maybe consider using this. Is this just for pagination? Oh, you just linked the pagination one, but there's actually a bunch of stuff. Interesting. Are these all React components? And is this MIT licensed? And also, when does the page actually load? Hello? Maybe that's not a good thing to go to. There we go. Yeah, I'll write this down. Syntonic linked to a bunch of different React UI components. Huh. Yeah, I wonder. SPAs. Page reserve load. What are you using to generate UUIDs and why are there concerns for collisions? Oh, I'm not using anything for UUIDs. I'm just using an auto-incrementing integer. So I was commenting on what DFCN linked to earlier, which was this CUID, which is a collision-resistant ID. I was just saying, based on my just cursory analysis of this, it looks like it doesn't prevent collisions. It just does what it can to try to prevent them. So I was saying at the end of this, you still need to figure out that there's no collision. Hey, Purple Flurple. Haven't seen you in forever. Alright, I'll write that down. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm going to use those things. I haven't even really looked at it yet. I just wanted to take a look. Okay, so let's try this out. So there are a few interesting locations in the code here. One is this function. The other is going to be the save defense. And the other one is going to be this. Well, UUID collisions, it's not like they're impossible. They're unlikely. All right. So we populate player details after validating the blueprints. I don't think we can do that anymore. And then this validate call, what are we doing here? So populate these from the database first. Then send over the full list of scripts and blueprints that you may have to the game server. So the validate call, what was this called? This should remove any blueprint/scripts that you deleted. Yeah, it should perform all the changes. All of the changes to all blueprints/scripts without actually updating the database. That way the game server can know exactly what you have access to. This is obnoxious. I think part of the problem here is coming from how I have these objects set up. I'm gonna sit down again. If I get through this today, I'll be happy. And then any other bugs I can fix, great, whatever. How do you conditionally assign IDs to React elements? Here's my snippet so far. This looks correct. I think the problem might be with how you're iterating over this. Maytim, I might need to see more of your element that you have. Also, out of curiosity, why do you want conditionally assigned IDs? Why not just assign an ID to everything? Especially because in your case, they're still going to be unique, right? Oh, active tab. Oh, never mind. I see. Oh, I see what you're doing. Okay, yeah. Oh. What if you set this to undefined? My bad. I misunderstood what you were saying here. You are correctly setting this ID on exactly one of these list items, but then you're getting null as the ID for the other ones. Yeah, undefined might work for that. And barring that, the other way you could do this is you could do something like this dot is active tab. I mean, this is not your condition, but you understand what I'm saying. And li ID equals active tab. And you could say if it's not the active tab, then you just give it no ID. So this is like the cheapo way of doing it. Undefined works. Okay, well there you have it. Because that's the best way of doing it. But yeah, this is the alternative way, is to just render an element that has an ID one way and render an element that doesn't have an ID the other way. Okay. Yeah, let's try this out. No problem, Tim. So we have to apply these, but we can't apply them to the database. So let's see, we have blueprint changes. Let's go through all of these. So at this point, your player details is going to have blueprints and scripts, I believe. Hey, Liquidor. It's not going so well today. I am on a crazy bug. My goal is to just get this thing solved by the end of today. It's good practice to have my metrics.js system on my website and save my metrics in a file on the server. Vito, is this for your personal site? I would say to use a third party for metrics if you can, something like Google Analytics. It's going to save you a lot of trouble. If you are dead set on coding metrics yourself, then I would say instead of a file on your site, I would use a database and then figure out which metrics you want to track and how reliably you can track them. All right, so we go to edit defense. We're gonna put down a bot here and hit save. and it's gonna print out our player details over here. User details is not defined. Oh, whoops. My bad. First of all, it's called player details. Second, that's not even where it comes from. Can you give me the quick rubber ducky explanation of the bug? Yeah, I can. This is it's a really obnoxious thing, and I understand it, and just writing the code for it's going to be really, really hard. But here's what the bug is. So let's say you have a defense that's been saved already. You're using some set of blueprints over here. Maybe you have 6 of them. Now let's say you delete all 6 of them, and you add another 4 of them. Now you're using the 4 new blueprints. Well, the thing is, until you save your defense, until you hit the save button, your defense is still using the 6 original blueprints. And the reason for that is incredibly important. It's because let's say you're just playing the game and you're like, you know, I got a strategy that's working for me. Now I'm going to try something really experimental. Let's go with landmines and reflect. And you make this bot and you're like, okay, I'll put down a few of these, and you hit the test button. And you determine that, oh no, this is a terrible strategy. Well, you don't want this to be the strategy that's showing to the whole world. Actually did not work so poorly. But you don't want this to be the strategy that shows the whole world because you haven't finished testing it yet. So it shouldn't persist it until you hit save. And in order for that to work, there's a bunch of like temporary objects that have to be persisted into real objects. So it's just I don't know. It's just a silly implementation bug, but it's going to take a while to fix. And yeah, Vito, Google will measure those. Their goal is to get you into their ecosystem on their products and whatever other analytics features they've got. So whether you're a small company or just a single person, they want you on their analytics site, I think. And worst case scenario, just try it out. If it doesn't work, well, it only took you like 2 minutes to set up Google Analytics, so shouldn't be too bad to then swap in another site. All right, let's see what's in player details. I think it's just blueprints and script. So we should be able to press the save button here. I gotta get rid of that debugger. That's an export defense. Let's go get rid of that now, because that's really annoying. All right, player details contains blueprints and scripts and inventory, but we don't have any of these pieces of information. Okay, well, that's fine. So this is player details. All right, well, we should save something that's actually going to work. That way we know. Let's just log into another account. Okay, this should work. So we hit save. That actually does work. Good. Now we take a look at player details. Here it is. Perfect. Well, kind of perfect. It's an array, which I suppose is fine. So in order to delete these, deletion should only be for real IDs. Okay, quick thought, confirm when deleting a blueprint and have bots using the blueprint removed from the board. This is all temp data until saved. Maybe don't delete the blueprints permanently, just hide until saved or reverted. So Liquidor, what you're suggesting I think is already the case. If you have a bunch of bots down, it doesn't ask you to confirm, but I have 3 bots of that blueprint. If I go delete the blueprint now, it does remove the bots from the board. And now you're like, oh wait, I didn't mean to do that. Well, just hit cancel and come back into the game, and there's your blueprint again. So yeah, all this stuff is already taking place right now. The problem is, and actually the game was already working because of a stupid hack that I put in the game. I never should have done this. But I allowed you to create twice as many blueprints as you should have been able to create. And in the background, it was marking some as temporary and then deleting them. And it's just a bad idea. So now I'm going to do things the right way. Unfortunately, the right way is also the difficult way. So we'll get to work on this. All right, so for every deletion, this is no longer asynchronous. All we want to do here is we want to go through, let's look at Lodash functions. We should have a remove or a pull or something like that. Remove all elements from array that predicate returns truth E4. So this is all. We want to return just the first one that it returns truth E4. Pull. And what does take do? No, that's not what I want. Yeah, none of these allow you to take or pass in a predicate. Is there any... I could do find index of and just remove it that way. And then just use pull at array indexes. Yeah, I guess that works. So we have these deletions. We have a bunch of blueprint IDs. What we want to do is we want to find the indexes, get indexes of the ones to delete, then use pull at. So these are all the blueprint IDs to delete. This is not actually what I want to do yet. I want to go through each of these. Well, I suppose we could just do it this way, huh? Oh, these are already blueprint IDs. What am I doing? So now this is going to be find index. Method is like find, except it returns the index of the first element that it returns truth E4. Yeah. So find index inside of player details.blueprints of this is crazy. And how does this look? .id. There. So that's the indexes to delete. Now we do a pull at. So we take all player details blueprints and we pull all the indexes to delete. So this will remove those. Okay, great. Now there's additions and updates. So we can perform updates. This is not a good idea. Yeah, the way updates work here is that they check to see that you've got valid blueprints. And they check to see if they're in your inventory. Is there any way I can bypass this? So deletions are the easiest. So these are the easiest, since they'll just cease to exist. I'm using Sublime too. Excuse me. So that's done. Handle blueprint updates. The way that this works, the official way, is this. So we convert it to an inventory, make sure you have it, and then serialize it. I wonder if we even need to do this. What if we just had the game server do this? We should offload as much of this work as possible to the game server, since that's supposed to be CPU bound. Okay, so how would we go about offloading this to the game server? Well, let's take a look. When we get validate defense, we get all the player details, and what do we do with this? Decompress code and object. And that's in their scripts. Then we call create player. This goes through the script. We don't really need to validate this since the account server is telling us about it. No, we do need to validate this. We need to validate this in case, because this could be client specified data in the case of a new script. Alright, good, that's fine. And if it doesn't validate, we return null, and just immediately that's an error, right? Create player. Assert that it exists. Yeah, perfect. Okay, good. So that's fine. So now what about blueprints? Blueprints. Yeah, this is wrong. We make sure they're only using items they have accessible, because it may be a blueprint that the client just told the account server about. All right. Is there any other validation you need to do here? Well, if this part fails, this will be null, and then something else is gonna fail eventually. Yeah, remove it on items. That's actually gonna cause it to fail. Okay, good. So this should work if you just pass in random data. And in fact, at the end of all of this, we need to test that. So test creating a blueprint with hardware that doesn't exist, with hardware that you don't have. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so now the server can just pass this information off to the account server can pass it off to the game server. So let's handle updates next. The things that you can update that actually matter are just hardware and appearance and script. We don't care if you update the name. Although there's no problem with doing that too, I guess. Hey, Casper. Casper, when do you get your desk? Anyone know how to make JavaScript for only email input, text box, and HTML? Syncodas, I think you should look this up online. I think a lot of people have asked about this before. But if you need any help, feel free to ask some specific questions here. It's something that I think a lot of people can help you with. So blueprint updates. The game server will do the validation here. Although we still need to validate it at the end too. So for each blueprint changes.updates. Blueprint info apparently can just be deserialized here. It's pretty good. Yeah, no problem, thank goodness. Now what? We're gonna find the blueprint in player details. The blueprint should be in player details.blueprints. Which, you know what would make this a lot easier? Is just turning this into an object. Right? Because right now it looks like an array of objects. If we just turned it into an object and then passed that along, I think this would be easier to work with because we wouldn't need to keep finding the index of it. Got an email that said I'll get contacted by the customer support in the next 1 to 3 business days to arrange shipment. Yeah, by the way shipment works is a truck will show up somewhere near your place, and then they don't actually bring it into your place, and it's relatively heavy. So it took me about 10 or 15 minutes to actually like bring it into my place when I got it. Keep in mind the relatively heavy part. Like, if you have a dolly, you should use that. If you have a friend, you should invite them over. I was able to move it, but it was a lot of like sliding it on the floor back and forth, and I don't know. Just keep that in mind. Yeah, so we could make this a lot easier by turning this into an object, but then anything that uses populate player details is going to need to make sure that this is still an object, which really, when do we ever use this besides this? 1 and 2. That's it. Collect up blueprints for this player so that we have hardware, cosmetics, and scripts. All right, let's take a look at how this works on the game server. We go into player details and we access their scripts and blueprints just so that we can iterate over them. Yeah, there's no reason to do this. I don't like this. Okay, let me take a look at this function now too. Objects is an array, but I don't think there's any reason for it to be an array, right? When you map objects to a particular object, mapping on an object does what? Oh, good. Okay, Casper. Yeah, good to hear. So when you have an array, ld.map 123 val console.log val just prints out 1, 2, 3, which I guess a better way of doing this is like apple, orange. Cool. Now what happens when you have an object id 5, or no, this is a bad idea. A 5 name apple, 6 name orange. What does this do? Yeah, perfect. It gives you the values. So this doesn't need to be an array of objects. This can just be a collection of objects. Okay, yeah, let's go fix this. This is crazy. This is just crazy. It's gonna be so annoying. All right, so if we change these into objects because they're gonna be modified later. Note these are objects whose keys are IDs and whose values are the database objects. Probably. I don't even know. Is it? Yes, it is. The reason they're objects and not arrays is because we may need to delete, update, or add to them quickly. Okay, good. So now everywhere that we use these, they need to get updated. Hey, Gert. So this, instead of push, we're just going to say dvbotbay.id equals this object. Good. So these are going to be relatively minor changes syntactically, but I need to make sure to update them everywhere. Same thing here. Script dbscript.id equals this object. Good. Okay, so player details now contains a totally different thing. We need to update this everywhere. So here, this stuff is going to have to change. We'll just remember that for now, because this is the important part. I got to do this. Use Tortoise SVN. I use Tortoise Git. Hey, John Pepperino. So Tortoise Git is practically the same as Tortoise SVN, but the code repository backing it is Git instead of SVN. Why do you have a to-do list and to-dos in your code? Are they separate on purpose? The to-dos in code are mostly old or brand new, one of the two. So sometimes you'll see me I'll write a function out like this. I'll say something like, I don't know, just do stuff. And it'll say like to do fetch user ID, and then to do validate inventory, and then to do whatever. And then I'll just immediately start filling these in. Okay, fetch the user ID, so const user ID equals get user ID, whatever. And then validate inventory, okay, let's write this out too. And so code goes there, and then code goes there. So that's what I mean by they're either brand new, or they're very old, and that was kind of the old way I would do things. So yeah, I shouldn't have them tracked in both places. It should really just be in one spot. All right, so anywhere that we see player details dot blueprints, this needs to be updated. This DB blueprints is a bad idea. And I is never even used other than to get this. So what we should do is for each DB blueprints done. It also makes the code slightly more readable. Let's keep looking this up. This isn't really needed, to be honest, so let's just get rid of that too. And it's not an array any longer. Okay, great. So next is player details.script, which is used in a few places. So this is actually fine, this is fine, this one is not fine. So move this down to here. We delete these lines, right? Yeah, we delete those lines and we delete this line. Okay, not bad. So player details has now been converted from arrays to having objects, which is going to work fine thanks to how map works. Good. All right, next we got to fix our deletions. Feel good I'm actually getting this stuff to work. So we go through all the deletions here. This is all going to change. So we have a bunch of blueprint IDs. I wonder if there's a fast way to pull all of these from an object. And we can just map it. It's not very difficult. Yeah, let's do that. So where are blueprint changes? Here they are, blueprint deletions. So we do for each, basically everything we had here. And we're going to do player details dot blueprint ID. You can probably put this all in one line. There we go. Quickly official. Thanks for following. Also, never mind. Excuse me. Man, I've been sneezing a lot more lately. I do the same thing. I start off strong with list of to-dos. Inevitably, I end up adding in some code as well. Yeah, I think it's good. Liquidor. So that's it. Deletions turn into one line of code. That's good. We don't need any of this garbage. So let's delete it. Blueprint updates. So the blueprint should be in there. So player details dot blueprints blueprint dot get ID equals, it needs to be this blueprint. I don't exactly know how we're going to be doing this. I guess they look like database blueprints. It's another just bad idea. I don't know why I did this stuff. Player details dot blueprints. I took in a DB blueprint, which had a bunch of this nonsense, which was just absolutely pointless. So let's go fix this. This will look much better. Well, it'll kind of look much better. I guess the first thing we had to do is fix this, huh? Blueprint dot. What does blueprint info get updated at? Oh, thanks, Quickly Official. I know your English isn't bad. Huh. Okay. So let's think about the best way to do this. Because blueprint info here is whatever updates you pass in. So Redux util, how does that work? We just serialize these. So they're just blueprints. Yeah, perfect. So everywhere that we have a blueprint, what I should do is take this in from the database and then serialize it to its proper format. We don't pull hardware out of the database because the user will specify their own hardware string. What? What does that even mean? That's not even true. Oh man. I don't know what this is. Alright, so let's try this way. We should get the bot bay class, which we have thankfully. Deserialize from DB. And that takes in what exactly? The ID, the hardware config. Why? Why does this happen? Alright, sure, let's try that. Well, Liquidor, I have to change this stuff too. Otherwise, I'm going to run into a lot of other problems. Okay, so what we just need to do is call this. This is actually not too bad. Let me just pass in db botbay. And then we say player details dot blueprints botbay dot get ID equals botbay dot serialize. Done. That's it. Cool. Now we can get rid of all of this stuff. Not bad. Not bad at all. All we're doing is working with blueprints right now, though. Oh yeah, cool, Casper. I'm glad you liked it. I've only used Balsamiq a very little bit because I'm not really a UX designer, and it's mostly Jason. Whoops, sorry, I just smashed the microphone in my hand. It's mostly Jason who. Sorry, it's not mostly Jason. It was all Jason who did this. Also, wait, did I just? Oh, never mind. I was like, something changed here, but it's the post-it note that got removed. Yeah. All right, good. So this is fine. Now we go back up to where we were. And here. So the blueprint should be in player details.blueprints already. So what we need to do is just set it to the update. This is going to be. Why do we even deserialize this? Let's just do this. Set it to blueprint info. Okay, that should work. Now I guess we do the same thing with additions. And then we're done here. Blueprint additions. So we go through the additions that we had, and we just do the same thing that we had here. The only thing is we don't have blueprint.getID. This would be serialized blueprint.id, which we really shouldn't do things that way. Oh yeah, definitely Casper. Can't wait for Adam to commit all this. Well, we'll see. See how it works. So now we get rid of this. We need 2 deletions before additions. This is the worst comment I've probably ever written. But either way, this is going to be deleted. So let's just get rid of it. Promises in order, not necessary, because all of this is synchronous now. So let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that, and that, and that, and done. All right, great. So now we have a bunch of promises that do nothing. So we can just comment all of this out if we want. In fact, we can get rid of these things too. This can be commented out. This, which was already commented out, can be put there. Actually, we should probably print these out. There. Cool. Okay. JavaScript spelling game. How does this work? What am I doing? Oh, it's checking the dictionary to see if... It's giving me the same tiles every time I hit reset? It is. Oh, I see. It resets it to whatever the first one is. Huh. Nice, mate, Tim. Final commit before actual launch, mic drop. Then the next commit immediately afterward is undo mic drop. That's just my luck. All right, we should just keep printing out everything here. Do we still print out player details somewhere? Probably not. Oh, we do. Okay, cool. I don't know if this is really ready to be tried, but I think there are just a couple of things to fix up, and then we're probably good. So populate player details will pull all of the blueprints and scripts from the database. This concept of isTemp is going to go away. Hey, EJ. New game for different tiles, yeah. But then reset still resets them to the old tiles, right? Oh, I see. Shuffle. Okay, got it. Never mind. Do you have a specific method of logging? I'm using something called Winston, Gert, and then I wrap it in my own form of a logger. Picks up Mike. The ultimate hanging your head in shame. Okay, let's try this. Let's see what happens. I have a feeling there's going to be the ultimate chaos here. I am the new Sonic the Hedgehog. My emeralds are my code. Let's try running this. So let's start off pretty simply by... Wait, we can't create blueprints. Oh, this is going to be tough. All right, let's do something else then. In save defense, let's always make this fail. Let's just say rest.send 500. Error, fake error. Sending a fake error so that changes are not persisted. Alright, let's do that. I saw another for loop. Yeah, I'm not trying to remove every for loop, and there are still reasons for some of them, I think, but let's try this. So I'm going to hit the delete button, and we're going to try to save it. It's always going to say this, because I made it error out no matter what. But this time, it was actually a bug over here. Serialized config is not a string. That's a problem. That is a big problem. That's not supposed to happen because of this. Let's put this up here. All right, great. Just throw this over there and try this out. God. All right, let's press the save button again. Now what? Is player details even printing out? What's going on here? Deserialized config error. Serialized. Where is this coming from? Remove unknown players from create player probably. Or remove unknown items or whatever. Create player, which comes from here. Where's this? Validate. Oh, whoops. Okay, that's my bad. My bad, guys. Let's put this back to where it was. And let's go to validate defense, which is where I meant to do this. There we go. So create player is what's failing. We're not going to find the error by doing this, but I want to see what these objects are. Okay, got it. Here it is. Here's everything. That's not supposed to happen. Maybe that's how I'll end up making money, by selling bumper stickers that highlight my failings as a programmer. All right, so blueprints are sorted by IDs now. Yeah, perfect. Okay, the rest of this looks pretty good. so far. Daily golden kappa check. So what's failing? It is this Bape, which is coming from this, which is remove unowned items. Okay, that's not too bad. Let's go figure it out. That's coming from here. And the problem is that this is null. Get hardware items missing from inventory. Something's wrong. The slot configuration doesn't exist. Oh, this is totally unnecessary. Ready for this? DB blueprint is not a database blueprint anymore, so hardware config doesn't exist. In fact, I don't even need to print this out. I already know what it is. It's this, which has all of the values we need to just deserialize it regularly. So serialize blueprint. We take this. We don't even need this part anymore either. And nor do we need any of this. We can just say const bape equals bape.deserialize. Serialize blueprint. Delete. Nice. All right. Let's try that out. Save. Hey, it worked. Sending a fake error so that changes are not persisted. It actually worked. Okay, next is getting everything else to work. This is still far from complete. Okay, well, apparently all this stuff is done. So next, that's probably done. If the game server validates our defense and we need to save all of the deletions, changes, and additions in the same transaction that saves the defense itself. And then send a mapping, update the mapping, and then do all of what I did above, but with scripts. You're getting rid of a lot of code lines today. I like that radical stuff. Cheers on you. Thanks, G240. I'll figure it out. Nice. What was quote 63? Quote 63 is ridiculous. Oh, and I'm sure I said that too. That sounds like a me thing to say. All right, cool. Let's go to the rest of this. So it validates your defense, so we need to save all the deletions, changes, and additions in the same transaction that saves the defense itself. Oh yeah, there are a bunch of quotes. And just typing quote will tell you a random one. Or alternatively, like 6 or 7 of them are in this quotes directory. So you can just search through these. Which one is the chair quote? 16? Debian.cmd. I like those. I like a lot of the quotes. A lot of them were added because they made me laugh. I think some are added because they made you guys laugh. But who cares about that? You have my struggles to laugh at. Hey, Rat. So save all these. The chair quotes still. This is a very embarrassing day for me, and it has 114 views now.
Table reference in a foreign key constraint.
I don't want to watch this. Okay, so persisting all of this. How will we go about doing that? Yeah. God, Liquidor, it does bad things for your body too. It can send a jolt up your spine that's just painful. I don't know if I hurt myself that day, but I definitely, it startled me. So the way I used to do this is probably how we still need to do this, right? Which is going to involve a whole lot of calling into the database. Let's take a look at something. Delete script. Oh, this gets all of your bays using the script and then deletes those. So what's the issue here? Trying to make code validate the email addresses are correct, and I'll tell you where I'm getting error later in message. So type an email address, 2 lowercase, last character. So index of @ this is undefined because you didn't make this a string. So what you want to do is just turn this into a string. What's kind of weird about JavaScript is @ is allowed. Actually, not. Oh, you're using an older version probably, but @ I believe is allowed as a variable name. So you want to turn this into a string here. Guys, apparently like quote 60. That's no, J Bugsy. I have duct taped this several times though. Actually, my wife came into my room last night. I was sitting kind of weirdly. I don't need to show you guys. But I was sitting so I was balanced like perfectly on this chair. And my wife comes in and I think she goes to hug me or something like that. And I flip out on her cuz I'm like, "No, I'm very carefully positioned here." And then she laughs at me. And I tell her about the last time that chair incident happened. She remembered that. Oh, cool. Glad you liked it, Biana. Oh, no, okay, Syncotus, no, that's totally fine. I expect that sort of thing to happen if you're starting out with JavaScript. I highly suggest you start looking into how to debug. So, Casper, I'll tell you the backstory of this. One day, I showered the night before I stream instead of the day of that I streamed, and I just didn't feel like gelling my hair. And I got way more comments than I would have expected on why does your hair look that way. So someone made a command, I think, or I made a command that explained it. And then the day after, people kept trying to run that command, so I had to change it. All right, so we would need to call into this many times. This is too bad. I don't know a better way to do this, though. We basically need to take in all the changes that they suggested and then run middleware for that, too. Oh, yeah, Syncotus, you should definitely start that. That'll help you out a lot. So let's see, right before we go to save the defense, so right here, there's got to be a function that calls back into this that's going to be bound with Oh, but this is going to start new transactions. I guess that should be fine. This true isn't really needed here. So yeah, there's going to be a function to do what the old thing used to do here. Okay, so how did this used to work? It got this from here, and it had already been validated, so we can now save this into the request, but there's going to be too much duplicated data there. I don't like that. Plus we don't actually do anything special here. Yeah, so we can just do the same thing over here. You know what I say? So we don't have a request here. So blueprint changes, I guess, script changes, and I don't know what else. User ID maybe? Okay, cool. Persist changes function equals this dot persist blueprint changes dot bind this. We need the script changes themselves and everything else. So we need that, we need the user ID, we need the blueprint changes, and we need the script changes. And then we're going to pass this in. Now we pass this into here. I guess that true was never used, so let's go get rid of that. Save defense is valid defender. I guess let's always update this to be true. If we're saving their defense, then they must be a valid defender. We're just going to say that. There. Okay, so we don't need this now. We need a persist, excuse me, blueprint and script changes function. And this needs to be done as part of this transaction. This isn't even a transaction, but now it needs to be. Excuse me. I'll eat one of these every day. Okay, so let's get this into a transaction. What is this, grapefruit? Isn't JavaScript debugging like with console and browser? Yeah, it is. Hey, Mariotti. Well, that's totally fine. I think that's fair. I don't think any game is for everybody. I think if it is, it's playing on more the psychology of its users than it is on just having fun playing a game. Well, I'm glad you like the stream. Well, I'm coughing more and more frequently, Casper. So lock the users row since we're going to do a lot of updates. Cool. We have a user ID. That's fine. So now this stuff can just go away. Then finally, this function needs to be called somewhere. Okay. This is really defense update object. Okay, cool. This is a much softer cough drop than it probably should be. I think this is like way past the Best Buy date. June 2015. Yeah, we're about a year and a half later. Well, Miriati, I made all the code, so it's not so bad. But it is separated into a bunch of files. There is more refactoring I have to do, though, to make it even clearer. But anytime you have nearly 40,000 lines of code, it's gonna take someone new. Or it's gonna take a lot of work to understand it. Sorry, when cough drops are soft, it's very hard to like make it not affect your speech. At least I'm not coughing though. Okay. So now this function is what I need to write. And then this needs to do what the old code did, pretty much. So let's just take a look at this file and how it's been changed. Whoops, that is not what I meant to press. Cancel. Oh, it's not like nothing's going wrong. There are tons of bugs. Can you estimate how many lines of code this game has in total? Oh yeah, it's 37,000, almost exactly. I checked it yesterday. Okay, so validate changes. It's all this stuff. This is still what needs to happen. Just slightly differently. Hey, Rami. Hey, you got your intro right. Okay, so we don't need to check any of this stuff. Delete. So get rid of this for now. Hang on a second. Okay, cough drop gone. And Mariotti, you'll get there. Just remember years from now you saying that your biggest program is only about 100 lines. Assuming you're still a programmer years from now, then your programs are going to be much more than 100 lines eventually. Oh yeah, I'm always seeing this message. Yep. Dave deleting rows. Oh, this is not. Yeah, this is just me commenting things out for now. So we call into this. I think this part is fine. You get blueprint ID, user ID. This says to allow us to delete regardless of whether it's being used in our current defense. If we attempt to use this blueprint in our new defense, we'll be rejected because this user. Okay, wait, what? Allow deletion when in use. I have no idea what this is trying to say. If false, we'll use is blueprint in defense function to make sure you're not deleting a blueprint in use. Oh, so if true, we'll just delete it, right? I hope, please. No. No, we don't do that. Hey, Apica. It's going okay. How do you even get that message? Oh, I don't. I know what it means because Ramey's been talking about it. I actually don't get that message because I haven't subscribed to someone yet. And also, I have my Twitch set to English. Oh, yeah. Sorry, Thief Soul. I didn't actually directly refer to you when I used the keyboard command. But yeah, it was pasted up there. And hi, welcome to chat. Yeah, anyone new, check out this video to find out what Botland's all about. His artillery fixed yet? No, unfortunately it's not. These are the kinds of things I wanted to get to today, but it's just... It's going to be this bug for most of today. Just me fixing this. Just one bug in Bugland. Okay. So we want to delete this. We don't want it to be allowed if it's in use. And it can't be part of our defense now. At this point, the defense would have been updated. Is this even going to be accurate? This is very tough to do. We get the serialized defense when we pull that from the database again, yeah. Oh, nice, Arath. Out of curiosity, are you getting that as a result of this stream? I am curious. Okay, this says to prevent deletion if the blueprint is in use by our new defense. So test deleting a blueprint that is in use by the new defense and make sure it fails. Oh yeah, I played Minecraft. Where is it? Yeah, March 26th. It was a good day. We had a bunch of people join in too. Nothing really crazy happened that day. We were playing on a vanilla server. And most people, I mean, if you own Minecraft, you've probably already done everything you want to do in Minecraft already, so. Okay, Arath. Alright, just curious. I don't think I'm going to do another Minecraft day on stream. If I did, it would have to be of a mod, and a mod that I haven't played probably. So what is it? Sky Factory or whatever it's called. The next gaming stream that'll probably happen is probably Portal 2. I'm not sure. Why not again? I think... Oh, hey, Wasabi. Welcome back. And why not again, Vito? Minecraft isn't very different in vanilla if you play it on, you know, a year ago versus today, and most people tire of it after about an hour, I think. Hey, Jew. The ME system mod is very interesting. Hey, D-Block. Yeah, I might look into those eventually. I'm kind of Minecrafted out. All right, let's try this out. So we got this. Blueprint deletions, additions, and updates. So additions, we're going to have the wrong blueprint ID here. Although I guess we've already validated everything. Other than the name. But then that's saved off here. Oh, Crowsick. know I've seen you in chat before. But you're now the newest view bot. Welcome. Oh, you've been here for 10 hours. I like rarely see you type things. Hang on, let me try something really fast. Yeah, welcome, Krosik. Don't end up chatting much, but I had a Twitch sub sitting around. Yeah, thanks. I feel the need to point out to anybody else, in 9 days, I'm going to be going on a month-long vacation, and there won't be any streams until January 2nd. So just keep that in mind. You're basically subscribing for 9 days right now. I will be back from January 2nd to at least probably June. Then after about June, it all depends on how well Botland's doing. So if you're curious to find out more about what my plans are there, you can check this out. Where is it? This. Okay, so let's get back to this work. This very, very difficult work. Hey, Feels. What are we going to do in December? I had some fun things planned that I might have been able to set up for you, but it's a lot of work for me to do that. And I was just mentioning earlier that I'd spend whatever 4 hours doing this stuff so that what people could watch, like 20, 30 people could watch it. You refollowed, you thought you get the new light token? Well, you can always just buy it directly if you want. Sit in chat waiting for Adam to come back. No, really, I encourage you all to seek out other streamers, watch them, you know, develop the game dev community. And just hopefully I'll see you back in January and you won't have forgotten about me. Oh, thanks, Wasabi. And yeah, you guys definitely are supporting me. I want to mention that you're supporting me even if you're just watching, really. Like, I don't mean that for ad money or something. That doesn't really matter to me. I like having people around when I'm developing. That part's definitely nice. I talked about a lot of the motivation for this on that newest blog post I made. Of like why I'm streaming. But yeah, part of it is I want the game to be successful and it does need an audience for that. Who is Adam? Who is Live Overflow? Alright, so let's go back to where I was here. So updating a blueprint. We used to deserialize it, but it was already... that's strange. Yeah, we really just want updates here, I think. Should all be in one transaction. I wonder what happens if you start a transaction from in a transaction. Does this work? See this link? This is for Oracle though. I wonder if MySQL allows this. Whoop, right there. Transactions cannot be nested. This is a consequence of the implicit commit performed for any current transaction. Oh boy, that's bad. That's really bad. Well, this sucks. So apparently transactions can't be nested. So I need to modify everything that saved defense, everything in this so that it doesn't have to be a transaction, or rather can take in an existing transaction. Don't forget to feed EJ in December. Oh, speaking of that, we have plants we got to give to somebody. Give plants to somebody in December. Hey, Super Ram. Yeah, this is going to be tough. It's definitely going to be tough. So when it comes to updating a blueprint, how does this work exactly? This is where we validate your inventory. Oh, man. Yeah, there's a lot to do here. Are EMP, Inferno Zapper, and Teleport unreasonably hard to get from packs? Yeah, probably. EMP has a rarity of 4. Teleport has a rarity of 4. And Inferno Zapper has a rarity of 4. Yeah, you happen to find all of the rarity 4 pieces of hardware. There are only those 3. So yeah, that is on purpose. And it's funny that you apparently ran enough statistics to know that those are the rarest. In case you want to see the rarity of everything, here is the entire file that I have here. And plants. We have 2 plants. Yeah, so I think the majority of things are rarity 2 because I just copy pasted rarity and never cared to update it. Yeah, there's 31 items that are rarity 2. And there are only a total of 43 items. So yeah, the majority of them are rarity 2. That's not intentional. This matches my data. You did a great job, Adam. Those are just my notes. I don't think they'll be that helpful, Digite. So you should still look online, but I did my part now. Alright, this stuff looks fine. Blueprint update promises. And now we need to handle additions. So go through additions. We don't have a way of creating a blueprint in a nice way, do we? Nope. No, we don't. Also, what is this? Do we even need this? Create bot bay. Client main create blueprint. Apparently this doesn't even exist here. I won't be able to take a look at this right now. Sorry, T-Blod, but chat might be able to help. Alright, see you, Casper. This is create bot bay. Oh, it's on the account server client. Account server rest client. Create bot bay. Where else is this called? And is this even needed? It's only ever used there and there. And I just deleted this entirely, so it's not going to be used anymore at all. Okay. Create a blueprint from outside of committing. Yeah, this will take the rest of the day. I'm pretty certain of it. At least the rest of the day. This is crazy. So we do all the parameter checking here so that in this function, well, apparently we still do some parameter checking here. And then this is the bulk of the function after that. Okay, yeah, let's try the same thing with creating it. Yeah, I think that's really good, Tomkus. How did you get that price though? Raimi, to be fair, that's the point. Like, if you take a look at the rarities are listed here. There's a 60% chance for tier 1, a 30% chance for tier 2, an 8% chance for tier 3, and a 2% chance for tier 4. This was intentional, but these rarities are only going to exist for cosmetic items in the future. Remember, you'll unlock hardware by just researching it. So I don't think it's going to matter. Oh, it's a Lithuania service? Okay. Yeah, that's really good. And honestly, even if it's a hard drive, yeah, you need to make sure that there is. Oh, yeah, there's an SSD. Wow. Yeah, sounds pretty good. Okay. So we need a whole bunch of stuff in here. We need user ID, hardware config, really all of this. Is temporaries not going to exist though? What is this saying 40% uptime? How are they offering this so cheap? Huh. Crazy. Yeah, Raimi, I think for cosmetics, that's it. Because for hardware, you'll just choose how you want to unlock it. And that's all described here right now, at least. I think you have access to this document. But yeah, this is the hardware you'll start with. And then the way that this works is you have to picture that all of these columns are really just one column. So after you unlock lasers, you can get any of these. But you need to unlock lasers first, which you happen to start with. So, for example, let's say there are 4 different kinds of cloaking. You have to unlock cloaking to get the other kinds of cloaking. Well, Tomkis, what I'm wondering is why doesn't everyone just get Lithuanian VPSs then? Like, what's to stop me from getting that? I guess a low ping is what's to stop me from getting that. So whatever validation happens here still has to happen, which I guess is just checking the name. And we validate it here too. So rec.body.name is where that comes from. So this part gets moved up to here. Then this has to be a throw new error here instead, right? Return promise.reject new error. Yeah, Lithuanian internet is really cheap from what Tomkins has been talking about. Some thoughts / debugging / ideas on Hammer.js. Okay, I will take a look at this when I get back to bugs, Hideo. But definitely thank you very much. I didn't break this link, right? Yeah, no, I didn't. Okay, good. You opened about 500 packs for your research. You must be one of the lucky few who's getting a lot of money every day, because that's not true of everybody. You either get 1, 10, or 100 fake dollars every day. So you must be getting 100 every day. Alright, so create bot bay. Acquired this item template depot. Yeah. So this is the stuff that has to be done in this function, I think. Let's just put this up here. Dot then. Because the bot bay is never actually needed. We don't ever need to do this. Yeah, this is not necessary. Delete that. Catch error. I don't even know if that's necessary. Yeah, it's not. Needed here though. And we need to know whether we sent a response or not. This is going to be tough. Bay ID equals null. I don't think this is necessary. Yeah, I don't think this is necessary at all. Except for this. That way it verifies the owner for us. Know that if you're not the owner, then this means I'll have a bay in the database. Yeah. Hey, Infinity. Today. Just can't believe this. Bay idea, right? Alright, let's keep looking at this. So we got to pass in all of these arguments, which we should have them all. So user ID, yes. Hardware config, yes. Cosmetics loadout, yes. Bay name, and then is attack. So is temporary can go away. Search for is temporary and remove it from most locations. Oh man, that tree fell off. That's pretty slow. Oh, thanks, Infinity. That's very nice of you. I always have to check how long people like that have been in the stream for. Wow, 18 hours, yeah. It's pretty good. Yeah, I always wonder how many hours I spend in other people's streams. I don't ever really have access to that information because sometimes it feels like, oh, I drop in there a lot. And I've seen people come into this stream and be like, yeah, I've been here for a long time. And I check their time and it's like 6 hours. And I think, like, yeah, that actually is for my usage. But there are a lot of people in chat who've been here for like tens of hours. And it's pretty amazing, actually. Oh, wow, Tomkus. Wow, you just saved $2 a month. Nice. Okay, so now we have this function. We should be able to call it from anywhere. I'm probably thoroughly breaking everything. Anyway. Let's see if this is working. Yeah. Okay. So we go back to persist these changes, and now we have a create bot bay implementation. It takes in the user ID, the cosmetics loadout, the slot configuration, the ID itself, and then whether it's for the attack. Also, this needs to know about the script ID. Oh my god. Script ID. Where is it even taken from? Here. I just never passed it in. And these aren't even going to be in the right format. Well, we want it to be in the serialized format. I guess we can just use that. So user ID is the one thing that's going to be correct here. Then hardware config. Watching someone coding while coding motivates. Good. Because I find it very distracting for me. I love to watch stream like yours on the side while working on my own game. Yeah, I think a lot of people do that, and that's why chat isn't usually super active here. Oh yeah, if you want me to just check your points. Actually, this is here, because this, people ask about this every once in a while. Top 250 for time and points. There. In case you're curious where you stack up against everybody else. Like I said, there have been people who've been here for tens of hours. Well, there have been people who've been here for hundreds of hours, too. Okay, so here are all the different properties. Let's pull these into this. So we need the hardware config. We need the cosmetic slowdown. We need the name, the script ID, and whether it's for attack or not. Blueprint.isAttack. So what are we missing here? Pretty much nothing other than the ID needs to be associated back to what it was originally. That's going to be kind of hard to do. Excuse me. Well, a lot of the people who have over 1,000 hours are just lurking here. They're not here for every minute of the day. That would be pretty crazy. To put this in perspective, by the way, if you look at the Twinge graph over here, you click games and then say last 449 days, it tells you how many hours I've been streaming for. So this is about 1,850 hours of game development. The game stuff all accounts for what? Like less than 1.5% of all my streaming time. Oh, I guess actually this tells you, if you just look at how much time I've been in my own chat for, that's kind of the upper bound. 1,973 hours. It's a lot of streaming over 15 months. Why does Botland have more time for you than you? Because there are some times when I'm not in my own chat and I accidentally leave the bot online. That mostly happened at the beginning of the stream a while ago. You know any pair programming websites? I want to enhance my programming skills through pair programming. So 85 filter, do you mean something that'll just let you type alongside somebody else? Because if so, I would just use something like Google Docs. But if you're talking about something that you can actually like find another programmer and get them to work with you, I don't know of something, and I don't think most people would be willing to do that for free. But Reddit is probably your best bet there. Just ask in the development section or something. Need a way to correlate the temporary ID to the real ID that eventually gets assigned. I don't know how this is going to work. I guess it needs to collect up a list of these IDs somewhere to send back to the user. But we'll worry about that later. So create bot bay implementation needs to return the ID of the bay that gets created, which could just be the, yeah, we'll have to see. The latter, yeah, I'm not sure. If there's a site out there, oh, there actually is something. Cross-editor real-time collaboration. This is not the human aspect of this. This is just the technology aspect. Right? This doesn't actually give you a pair programmer. Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, no, I think what 85 filter is saying is they want to find another programmer. Is that correct? Because yeah, the technology, yeah, something like this is fine. I used something called Moon Edit a long time ago. I wonder if that still exists. Whoop. Well, let's just leave that. Well, I don't know if I trust that anymore, but Moon Edit was a program where you could edit with someone else. It wasn't like great or anything. And now apparently the website is shady, so I wouldn't trust it. So additions can happen at the same time that updates happen, but let's just make a new thing here. Let's call it Blueprint Addition Promises. No, let's change it. I don't like this. We're gonna call this what it really is. Additions and update promises and updates promises. Hey Lagwin, welcome back. Yeah, 85 filter. The reason I don't think something like that probably exists out there is because if you are looking for someone to pair program with, you're probably looking for someone to pair program with on your own project. So two people looking to pair program is pretty unlikely because they'd be working on different things. So yeah, actually Twitch can be a decent way of doing this 85 filter, although you need to attract an audience for that. But I was gonna say if you set up a Twitch stream and said something like, "Hey, come pair program with me," and maybe you could find people that way. But like I said, I think Reddit is probably your best bet right now. Just find people on that site who might be willing to help you out. And realize that you're asking for something that would probably typically be a service. So it's like saying, hey, can anyone cut my hair? Well, that's something you typically pay for. So finding someone for free is not going to be easy. I see a haircut in your future. Yeah, I got to get a haircut before I go on vacation. So it'll be in the next 8 days at least. Oh, I think you can get the same benefits, Geek, if you're doing screen sharing. So actually, I do this on Skype every once in a while. Actually, a lot more in the last week. I've been helping Programmer D with some stuff. So he'll usually share his screen and I'll tell him like, okay, yeah, here's what I would do there. And all right. So we're going to get rid of these for right now. I really, really think this is going to be tough to do. Just incredibly tough to do. I've been saying that all day. There's no rest.send here. We just had to throw the error. And there's no then next here either. I don't believe we approved this vacation. Is your keyboard broken? Why does it have a curve? It's an ergonomic keyboard, so it should keep your hands in a more natural position. Too slow, fingers way off the keyboard. You got every excuse in the book right there. Yeah, punish you for pointing everything out. Yeah, that's true. That's a benefit for me though. That's a downside for him. All right, let's test this. I really think I should set up Node Inspector for this stuff. In fact, I'll go use the bathroom. When I come back, we'll debug through this. Yeah, debug through the account server flow for all of what I just did. It's almost definitely wrong. And yeah, Rami, I would do it in this one case. Sure. I'll be right back though. Hey, Pro Sam. Okay, so let's go start this up. So we're just gonna run node inspector, and we need to start the account server with debugging enabled. And first we should set where we want to debug this thing. So let's put a breakpoint here, and let's put a breakpoint probably here. Yeah, let's do those. All right, then when we run the account server, we'll just run it with the debug flag. Where is this? Okay, so we'll run this again. It should be in the debugger, so let's go load this up. And now what we're going to do is kick off this command. So let's click the save button. It should break in. Perfect. Okay, great. So debugging's working. Now let's find out everything that's going to go totally wrong. So blueprint changes, we should have a deletion, yes. And we're just saying we're deleting ID 1. This will probably work. Let's take a look. I don't care about any of this stuff actually. Yeah, player details at blueprints. What is this set to? Let's go down to here. Player details at blueprints should have 1. Yes, we're going to delete it now. So when we're here, it should be gone. And it's not. What happened? Deletions contains 1. We go through each deletion and we delete. Oh, whoops. Yeah, whoops. Done. All right, fix that. All right, not too bad. So now let's try it again. We rerun the account server. Hopefully that doesn't totally crash the debugger. So we refresh this page and then we hit save again and it breaks in. Yeah, nice. Cool. So let's zoom in on this stuff. All right. So go back to this. Now blueprint should not contain 1 any longer. Perfect. And then we call next. So let's get rid of this breakpoint and go next is save defense. Whoop, it already broke. What broke? Rec.body. Script changes. This stop persists. Something around here broke. I don't know exactly what it was. So let's just run that again. We just press the save button and go back to where it was. So user ID is fine. Serialized defense is fine. Is upgrading computer is fine. The console.log doesn't work? What? That must just be... How is it failing? Can't remove headers. That would mean that we're trying to send a response more than once. You may only yield a function promise generator array or object. The following object was passed undefined. Okay, yeah. Hey, Diggood. This is gonna be tough. Yeah, this is just Chrome and Node Inspector. I knew. I'm still not sure exactly where this is coming from. I'll try it one more time. Oops. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Let's do this again. Oh no, it's deleted. That's not good. That's probably why this thing was failing. Now this doesn't even load up. Did I need to refresh this? Is that why? Okay. And it keeps failing right there. I think this is a different problem. I'm just not sure what. Validate defense. This gets called so that on the server, it actually, yeah, it does validate. And is there a timestamp there? Yeah, it's correct. Okay. So it's just a problem in save defense somehow. I just don't know how. You may only yield a function promise, whatever. Where is this coming from, though? This? We're not getting this save defense yet. Because, yeah, there probably are issues in there. Smoke signals. Sheer force of will. Don't forget coding that way. Alright, well, it's coming from here, so let's take a look at the database wrapper. We have save defense, and we're trying to yield something that we can't yield. It must be this. I guess I don't understand why it's that, though. Because that should return a function, does it not? Oh, it doesn't. My bad. Okay, that should fix it. Still, strange that just happened. So we hit the save button again. It breaks in. Cool. Now we try going back to that same line of code, and it thinks we're somewhere that we're not. And then who knows what happened. Sending a fake error so that changes are not persisted. That's not even correct. So I guess we put a breakpoint in the debugger somewhere, or in the database wrapper. Excuse me. It still starts with D and ends in ER. Let's put a breakpoint there. So we got to restart this. Got to refresh that page. Then we hit the save button. Should break in. Good. Good, good, and not good. No scopes. I don't even know what that means. This was a while ago. I don't think this is gonna help. Oh yeah, no scoping. But I didn't do a 360. Well, what's the error that I'm getting? Actually, there is no error. So apparently then this is working, but it can't be working that well. Alright, let's take out the debuggers that I have here. And here too. Yeah. Line 2142, what? Close out of that and that. Alright. So for all I know, the deletion is correct. Function star correct? Yeah, it's a coroutine. So deleting them probably does work for all I know. And we need to go restart this now and try a creation, which is almost certainly not going to work. So we go into our defense, we click the plus button. Somehow that refreshed the page. Okay, let's try that again. We click the plus button, and then let's just give it artillery level 2 and hit create and save. Could not save. Blueprint is not defined. That only prints out 3 times. That's not annoying. Yeah, I see. So this is for additions. There, let's try that now. Hey Sneakers, how's it going today? Today is just this ridiculous chain of code I need to keep fixing. It's this bug that I'd been putting off fixing for a while. It's really hard to describe. It basically has to do with when you're creating and deleting stuff on the client, you're really doing it on the server, but as temporary objects because you might not want to commit those things. And how I'm doing that is just bad. Why did I watch this GIF? Alright, let's try this again. Artillery level 2, create, save. Could not save because rec is not defined. That is totally understandable. Where am I trying to use the request though? No, it's not even coming from there. It's coming from here. Create BOP implementation. Yeah, whoops. Rec.body.name. This is now just bay name. Cool. Just keep trying. I'll eventually get there. Alright, what now? Slot configuration is not defined. That is here. It is not called slot configuration, but it apparently used to be. Git duff. Diff current file. Slot configuration used to be here. Oh, I remember this. This was a silly thing. I used to do this to save an operation, I believe. See if it's still necessary. All right. Now where do we get this from? We don't even need the hardware config, do we? Or do we need both? Yeah, we need the hardware config and the slot configuration. Wow, that's silly. I guess we could just serialize it. Or, what am I doing? We can just deserialize it there. Okay, let's try that now. We'll just keep doing this until it finally works. Now it's cosmetics loadout can't be converted. This can't be correct. Cosmetics loadout has a real cosmetics loadout so that we can get these things and the hardware config. So then we have to deserialize that here too, huh? There's probably a way better way to do this. I don't like any of this. Alright, now what is it? Is temporary is not defined. That's actually correct. We don't want that there. This is in create bot bay. Is temporary. Delete that. And that means that database wrapper doesn't need that any longer. Is temporary. That can just go away. Is it even used? Yes, it is. Let's delete that too. Is temp will say is false, no matter what. Alright, see you, Ramy. Oh, it actually worked that time. So do we have a blueprint now? We better. No. I don't think that worked. This could, oh, see it dig down deep. This could be because of the no nested transactions thing. Yeah, it might be because of that. It also might be that it's just not even getting this as a change, is it? Addition -1. but it never added anything. That's a nice loadout. Yeah, I don't think it's ever added anything. We should probably add some more logging here for now. Done calling create for user ID. Oh, we have logging. It just never got hit. Huh. Okay. So that's what should happen over here. And this should come from here in additions, which we have. And then we add this here. Yeah. Excuse me. I don't know what's going on here then. This is just not getting called. So let's take a look. Running an addition for serialized blueprint.id. So this is probably never getting hit. It is getting hit. It's just not adding it to the database? Yeah, it's not. Am I not the user I think I am? Who is this? It's Adam, yeah. Something's going wrong here. It's never calling into this. Vita. Valid name. Are we getting any of these errors? No, we're not. Okay, yeah, I'm not sure why this isn't working then. Let's go take a look over here one more time. You do not exist, and then logger.info, done calling create bot bay. And that's never getting hit either. Oh, what's all of this? Oh, lock wait timeout. This is the nested transaction problem. Oh boy. Aren't you user ID too? I am on public botland, good memory, but I am not on private botland. On private botland, I am user ID 1. This is where I like to be. Select ID name from users. Anyway, I know what the problem is here. Yeah, this. The problem is that I'm nesting transactions, which means they're trying to obtain locks and they can't do that. And this is going to be, I think, really obnoxious to solve. Because everything that's called from save defense needs to be in a transaction. So that means this is where I start a transaction, and then this kicks off a whole other bunch of transactions, and it can't do that anymore. How to mark tasks is done in Sublime. You need to look at your plain tasks keyboard bindings. And if you're in Sublime 3, this is a better flow. I don't know how you do it, but in Sublime 2, you go to preferences, package settings, plain tasks, and then look at whatever they have by default. So I think it's Control D by default. I do not like that, so I overwrote it. Plain tasks. Yeah, Alt D in plain tasks. Because I don't like it when Control D does anything other than duplicate. Okay, so that's this. What needs to tell everything to pass in a transaction? All over the place. Ooh, this is gonna be tough. Do you use any macros on your mouse? Oh yeah, I do. My mouse has these buttons set on it. Actually, I think the only macro I'm using is... No, I got rid of them all. They're all relatively basic now. And actually, there's still some unassigned buttons. But yeah. So a lot of the time you see me like scrolling through code or changing tabs or something without touching my keyboard. That's because I have a bunch of different things on my mouse to do that. Since gone to the unit of work pattern, so I can collect pending changes and have one transaction wrap up the one big blob of work. Interesting, go D, because the way that I was going to do this was totally different. What is the unit of work pattern? Maintains in-memory updates, and second, it sends those updates as one transaction to the database. Yeah, this is interesting. This might be a better way to do things than what I was planning on, because has lunch already happened? No. I need to get lunch actually pretty soon, but just while I was curious, I have my code main. That means you don't get as many conflicts as the tables are always touched in the same order, reducing deadlock potentials. Oh, so this conflict is caused just because I'm nesting transactions. I don't think there's any real deadlock issues right now. But the way I was planning on doing this was, so right now I have something like save defense. This is a transaction. I have something like create blueprint. This is a transaction. Create script. This is a transaction. Delete script. So I have all of these things that are already transactions. And the way I was thinking of having this work is, and this calls these other three. I was thinking of just passing in the transaction object to all of these, and that way they could all get reverted or committed. Do you drink coffee or any other stimulant? No, I don't. Hmm. I wonder how I would do this exactly, because I can keep track of script changes and blueprint changes and whatever else. But then don't you have one mega transaction and do all this stuff, even if you don't necessarily have it? I feel like it's not as optimized then. Man. Yeah, I'm not sure. And this also would need to happen when we're saving game results, right? Transaction in here, and then at the bottom of all this we need to call in that same stuff we did before. Well, thanks, Godeek. The thing is, I feel like I need to redesign my entire database layer to do this differently. They type commit with 2 T's. Wow. Yeah, I'm debating about this. That is a common refactoring once the complexity hits a specific level. I think I'll need to devote some more thought to this. I also think whatever I end up doing here is going to be really, really difficult. About the welcome commands? What about welcome snack? No, Wouter, I don't want to. I don't want to add any complexity to that stuff. Plus, it's gonna get lost in a sea of spam. Hey, Joshy Pie. So yeah, passing a transaction all over the place. I wonder. I should see what this will look like. And really, I should try it out just simply. How would this work? We have some basic thing like create this, for example. This would either need to work with a transaction passed in. So right now, here's what it looks like. And yeah, we pass in a transaction here. So we could just give it the transaction if we want. Bind this, comma, optional transaction. And then everything would just work all correctly. I guess it wouldn't be that hard to do. That wouldn't be that hard to do. It would involve changing the function signatures of like 6 different functions. Oh yeah, Sneakers, how's your wrist doing? Yeah. I could just pass in a transaction object and bind that in my function. This might be the simplest way of doing things. And I think I should start with this way of passing a transaction around and then possibly change the design of all this stuff in a future commit. Because I think what I'm doing right now, there's enough other things to be done still that this is going to be very difficult. But anyway, this is something to do after lunch. I got to get some food. So thank you all for watching so far. I'll go for about 30 minutes. And when I come back, I'll be back for about 3 hours, something like that. Yeah. The lunch list is dwindling. Well, take care, everyone. I'll be back in about half an hour. There we go. See ya. All right. Just close the doors. Refill some water. We're good. All right, let's take a look at what I missed in chat. Yeah, Summer Bulb said they're not going to be here, but reported a bug. Yeah, this is the kind of thing that I think I wrote down as part of Dave's feedback the other day. Anyway, I might as well just fix this here. These text shows up over the blueprint info panel. Okay, cool. Oh, cool. Thanks, Demille. Oh man, I forgot I wrote that bits message. That's pretty funny. Well, as long as I make myself laugh every once in a while. Alright. So we're back to this tough problem, which is that I have a bunch of transactions. I think just doing this, I don't know. I think redesigning this is good. I think I'll save the redesign for another day and I'll just do things the simpler way right now. So let's take a look. We have, we're gonna need to pass this everywhere though. Yeah, it's gonna be annoying. So everywhere in here that we call, every promise that we get here, we need to pass in something that says whether or not to use the transaction. How about we just do it for creation and we see if that works? In fact, let's try something even simpler than that. Let's do nothing and see if that works. Because this should be the only thing that's successful. It appears to be doing nothing. Got a response from validate defense. What? Save defense should send a 200. Why is it not doing that? Hey, Zilly. Hideo, the unit of work is basically collect up all of the changes you want to make in memory and then put them all into one transaction. So the problem that I run into, I don't know if you're here for this earlier, but I can have a transaction with a bunch of different queries. So query, 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 sure, fine. But I can't nest transactions. So something like this is invalid. So the unit of work pattern is to get it to the point where you just write all of your queries, and if you ever want them in a transaction, then you can put them into a transaction pretty easily. I don't know what's going wrong here exactly. I'm not even doing anything. I press the save button and we just get no response. This says got a response from validate defense. Great, fine. Then it calls next. And then what? Save defense just doesn't do anything? Oh, it's the database problem. Oh my god. But we don't have any deletions, updates, additions, none of this. So there shouldn't be a problem right now. That's the part that I'm confused about. Save defense here. We yield to this thing. This thing does nothing. It's going to print out a bunch of errors pretty soon because it won't be able to obtain the lock. Should print out errors. There they are. Yeah, weird. Yeah, very weird. Because none of that should be happening. Let's print out how many promises we have here. Should be 0. Never had any issues with nested transactions, but that looks like an ORM supporting transactions. Interesting. Yeah, MySQL apparently doesn't support nested transactions by default. Non-promises is 2. How did this happen? Deletion and additions, and that's it. I'm not doing any of these things. That's weird. Well, we're never getting running a blueprint addition, so it must be one of these. Well, let's just do it this way, I guess. Running a blueprint update for ID equals blueprint.getID, and then running a deletion. I don't know what it thinks it's running it for, but it's causing a problem the way things are right now. And it's nothing, because that's not how this works. They're just 2 arrays. We're not running it for anything. So then none of this should cause any problems. There should be 0 of these. What is going on then? Yeah, 0 and 0. I don't understand why this is failing right now. I imagine it's because of this. So if I just cut this out, does this all of a sudden start to work? Oh, Connect's added support for save points? Interesting. Oh. Huh. I'm just gonna keep adding this stuff over here. Any console errors? Yeah, there's a console error, but it's on a deadlock happening. What is this? Oh, interesting. Nested transactions are supported with save points thanks to this syntax. Oh man. Well, Zilly, good luck. Maybe you'll have found appreciation for them. Still a transaction issue. Still pretty much the whole issue from all of today. The part I don't understand here is that, well, anyway, I'm testing this out, so we'll eventually find out what's going wrong here. Yeah, it's still the same thing. Save defense. This function is right here, and something's going wrong here. I don't know what it is. Users, and then return this dot connects users where ID equals user ID, update defense update object. Yeah, weird. Because this isn't doing anything extra now. So it should just immediately return, And the fact that it's not is so strange. Maybe I need to... This doesn't make any sense. Actually, it doesn't matter. Return this dot connects. Do I ever do this from inside a transaction? No, surprisingly, I don't. So maybe that did fix it. Oh, that was weird. It's printing this out like a million times still. It shouldn't be printing it out at all. There we go. Yeah, it's still not working. All right, I don't know. I am totally confused. Users table to save defense. Yeah, it just never gets a response, I guess. Done updating the save defense call. Yeah, it never finishes. Oh, whoops. Oh my god. Oh, I forgot to write TRX here. Alright, that was a silly mistake. Okay, let's try this now. Now it should work. Alright, that works. Okay, that was just silly. I was deadlocking no matter what because from a transaction I was trying to call something that from a different query that was on a locked row. That was silly. So now this part is still going to work, but as soon as I add in a created blueprint, it's no longer going to work, right? Yeah, so this is still working. Now I create a blueprint and all of a sudden it's going to fail, I think. No, it saved it. Did it actually save my blueprint in the database? No, it didn't. But, wait, no, that doesn't make any sense. I create a blueprint and I hit save. I say Zilly with a Z or an X, I suppose. Alright, so that calls back into this function, persist. And then in here we should have seen that it was running. Let's just rerun this thing. I don't know why this failed. Unpromise is 0. And yet it didn't save my blueprint. So if I go back and edit defense. Let's create another blueprint and hit save. Aha! Yes, and now it's going to deadlock. Alright, so there are a couple of ways I could fix this. And I think both of them involve passing in the existing transaction. And then one of them is the super heavy redesign everything solution. Connects.transaction. So I'm using connects.transaction right here. But return from there another transaction. And that'll give me save points. So what's the best way to use this? What I could do maybe, keep track of a current transaction. No, that's a bad idea. I should just pass them from function to function. Okay, yeah, I want to test this out then. So we're going to call just the addition here. That'll be this. So let's just pass in undefined. Or what should I say here? This is going to be from inside. Yeah, this is poisonous. That's what this is. Reuse transaction. Transaction. We don't have a transaction though, right? That would mean that we'd have to. Oh God, This is the worst. No, there's got to be a better way to do this. I know what I'm doing is a bad idea right now. What if I put Boatland turned into Bugland? Yeah. Oh man. Either way, whatever I do here, I'm gonna need some built up context, even if I end up redesigning everything. Hey, Core. And hey, Game Dev Company. Thanks for the host. Yeah, I'm still not sure what to do here. By the way, for everyone coming in from Game Dev Company stream, I'm working on a game called Botland, and there's a video about it there. I've been working on the same bug all day, and I think it's gonna be a very difficult thing to solve. And I'm debating on redesigning this stuff. Hey, Starlets guys. Man, it's super frustrating though. It seems that no matter which way I do this, I'm going to have to pass around some context to be used for the extent of all of these connected actions. What am I making it in? I'm making it in JavaScript. And refactoring, well, that's one of the things that I might have to do in order to fix the bug that I'm running into right now. Oh, Mitchell. Yeah. Man. I am just not sure here. Granted, it's not like this is an easy problem to solve. All right, so I kind of want to try something out here. Let's at least test what it would do to poison my whole call stack and just pass around a variable that shouldn't be needed. So this, actually, you know what? If I have no blueprints to save, and this should mark it as a new blueprint. Yeah, it does. Okay, perfect. What exactly is the bug? Well, the bug's a little bit annoying to describe, but I'll try to go into some detail about this. Okay, yeah, so what happens in Botland is you've got a defense that's currently being sort of shown to the world. So it might look like this, whatever. When you make updates to it, whatever updates you make are not immediately persisted in the database, because if they were and you wanted to test something out that was bad, then you would lose all of your games in the time that you were doing it. So what I'm doing here in order for this stuff to work, whenever you make a new blueprint, whenever you make a new script, whenever you make modifications, all of that is local only. The problem is when it comes to finally putting these in the database, the local only versions don't know what IDs they should be. So I give them a temporary ID on the local copy. On the server side, it can just dump these into the database and correlate them back to the real IDs. The problem is that the order in which all this stuff happens is very difficult, and it needs to be done transactionally. So for example, let's say you make a new blueprint and you get done with this, and so now here's your new blueprint, let's say, and you try saving your defense. You press the save button and it doesn't work. Let's say the game server is offline, something that's totally not your fault. Well, the account server, like I said, if it doesn't do this transactionally, then it'll create your blueprint and then say, oh, sorry, the save didn't actually work. And so the client will think, okay, that means you didn't save my blueprint, right? So when you press save again, it's going to save the blueprint a second time and just keep duplicating it. There's like a million different parts of this that I need to keep in mind when I'm fixing this. And it's just annoying to do. So I'm thinking maybe right now I'll just try one of the easiest solutions, even though it's just absolutely terrible. I want to see if it'll fix this. I think it will. And I don't think I need even save points. I think just we either roll back everything or we roll back nothing. In fact, is there a functional difference between having save points in a transaction and just having... What do save points add? Oh, because you can roll back to a particular save point, or... Okay, never mind. You still didn't describe the bug, just the general behavior. The bug is... Okay, so... I guess the bug is that right now, clients tell the server to create temporary versions of scripts or blueprints instead of creating permanent ones once they're needed. So this leads to a bunch of weird things happening. You run into problems where you can't create because you're already at your temporary maximum, but not at your permanent maximum. You can't... I don't know, there's a bunch of weird bugs here. Can't you save it in local storage until you get a connection again? No, so there's no client-side fix to this. This has to be done transactionally on the server. It's either save everything or save nothing. And the reason why is, like I said, if you ever had some partial save on the server, you could end up having a defense that is not totally accurate. So for example, let's say I delete this blueprint, I click this button. Then what would happen is it would remove these 3 bots. So if that part went through, but my creations didn't go through, then I would just have an empty defense. Why has this changed? Did it work before? So it never, this is the current behavior, which is this creating temporary versions. This is the bug, and I'm trying to fix it by redesigning the system to what it should be, which is this whole transactional system. So did it work before? Yes, but with different bugs happening. And is it working now? Like, I haven't finished implementing it. But yeah, this is just a very, very in-depth problem. Anyway, let's keep at it. I want to try this silly solution first. So here we'll say, I guess this means we need a transaction here, huh? TRX. What's the current idea versus nested transactions? Would it be easier to implement? The current idea is just keep transactions going, no matter what. So here's what's happening. There's the account server, and this runs through a whole bunch of middleware. So middleware 1, 2, 3, 4, and then it finally calls into save defense. And so save defense is passed in a function with like a persist changes function. And then save defense calls that persist changes function, which calls back into the account server. This whole route here might be silly. I should probably change this. And then that calls back into the database layer to save blueprints and scripts and whatever else. And the reason why is because it has to do some validation on those too. I guess we can't just assume everything's correct. So my current solution was going to be to pass a transaction around and just see if this works. I'm going to just test it now. Yeah, we'll find out. So here, let's pass in the transaction here. update blueprint implementation. We'll say TRX, which doesn't necessarily need to be defined, so we do that. Well, that function doesn't even exist as far as I know. So then when we call into this, we pass the transaction into the database layer. And in the database layer for update blueprint, we pass in a transaction, optional TRX. TRX equals, oh, this probably won't work, because we already have the transaction going. So we just wouldn't make a new transaction. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna work. We could form a sub transaction here, transaction one dot transaction. Let me try something. As long as I'm pursuing this hacky path here, we might as well just continue for a second. So TRX function equals this. This is a bad idea. Just a bad idea. And this has no closing yet. Okay, now we run this inside of a transaction. So if util.exists optional transaction, then we want to run all of this stuff. Alright, let's just do this again. Hey Metsudo. I always feel miserable when line numbers are 4 numbers long. Yeah, this is bothering viewers a lot more than it's bothering me. What I was saying is there are a couple of reasons to not want large files, and I don't think they apply so much on a single developer project. Like, I think it harms navigation sometimes, but I haven't had a problem navigating through these files, and it harms readability for new developers on the project, and I have no other developers on the project. So while I understand that it's typically frowned upon, I think it doesn't impact me yet, and it's on my to-do list as a very low priority thing to refactor this. Well, I've gotten like many comments on it in the last few days. Alright, so in this case, if this thing exists, we want to say that this is a transaction. Yeah. Let's test this. I think this is going to work very strangely. And then this should be closed here, but it needs another parenthesis. Yeah. And so this is closing nothing at this point. Okay, where do we stand on this? Unexpected token on line 315. Still coming from here, huh? Huh. Let me take this out for a second. Yeah. Well, no, I don't necessarily think this is a case of you do you. I think this feedback is good feedback, and I think it's apt. It's just that I've been getting it repeatedly, and there's no way for new viewers to know that. I even agree with the feedback, and I want to do it eventually. It's just low priority. Alright, so here's the issue. I have a function here that I haven't closed correctly. Let's do that. Alright. Bind this. Yeah. Weird though. Aren't you missing a trailing parenthesis? Yeah, I was there, and now something's wrong on line 318. Oh, this. Yeah. That's where that parenthesis came from. Let's take a look. Good, cool. So done processing. So let's try this out. So we're going to restart the account server again. And hit save. If I could close out of all these things. So where am I getting this transaction from? I'm not even passing it in. That's the last thing I need to do. So when we call the persist changes function, that's here and we pass in the transaction. Okay, good. Is this save / update blueprint? How many times do you update the database? So it depends on how many blueprints the user passed in. There's, when you, here's the user scenario here. It's like, I want to edit my defense. So you click edit defense. Maybe you delete 2 of your blueprints. You create 1 more. You edit 2 other blueprints. You delete a script, something like that. So now, for each one of these, it's going to trigger another step in this transaction. And that is another call to the database for right now. Okay, so now that we passed this in, let's try that out. Strange. This function should have been bound in such a way that we actually get a transaction in here. That's the part I'm not sure about. Oh, it's a new blueprint, not an updated one. Oh man. Okay, fine. I put this all in the wrong spot then. Yeah, I put it all in the wrong spot. My bad. There. There's no need for a transaction here. There is a need for a transaction here. So Summerball, remember, the way that this works is, let's say you only did 2 of these. Let's say you run this successfully and you fail at running this. So now you deleted 2 of your blueprints and you stopped here. If this wasn't in a transaction, then these things would be persisted in the database. If those are persisted, you'll lose whatever bots were using that blueprint. And that means your defense will be meaningless. So in order to show you kind of how this looks over here, this is my account on the real server right now. So let's say I go into here and I'm like, this bot just isn't working out. Every game I play with this bot, I keep losing. So I'm going to delete it right now. And there, all those bots are now gone. And let's say I say the same thing over here. I delete that too. Let's just start from scratch. Let's work on a new defense. So I create a new bot here and I give it melee and thrusters. And I say, all right, now this is a defense that I can get behind. And this is actually a bug right now. But then I put down a bunch of those bots. So now we're in this situation. I deleted 2 of my blueprints. I created 1 more. I don't even need to do these other edits. I go to save my defense and this thing works successfully. There, now my defense is wiped out and it fails here. So this does need to be transactional. Otherwise, like I said, you'll run into cases where players are just angry that, like, hey, I shouldn't have lost all those games. And it has nothing to do with, it's not their fault at that point. Okay, so let's find out what exactly is wrong here. So let's stringify that there's a transaction. Hey, EJ. Hey, Smanfly. Why can't I? Oh, there we go. Okay, let's try that again. So, what happened here? No tables used. Huh. But that's server logic, not database transaction? It is database transaction, Summerball. If you... Okay, so check this out. What you have in the database is you have a blueprint, which is like an ID, and let's just say it has code in it. So your code could be something like fire lasers right. When you save your defense, saving your defense involves updating your users row in the database and updating whatever blueprints or scripts changed in the database. So this is where your defense is saved for right now. So let's say you delete this blueprint entirely. And so you update that, but you don't update that your defense was changed. Then now when someone attacks you, it'll try to find blueprints that don't exist. And let's say you do it the opposite way, where you update your defense and you don't update the blueprints that are changed, then you could have extraneous blueprints that never get deleted from the database and the user doesn't have any access to them anymore. I would hold the data being deleted and store it back in the database if the next tests fail. But that's what a transaction is, Summerbulb. I must not be getting this across correctly because I'm 100% certain here that a transaction is how I should be doing this. Alright, we wanted to see if the transaction existed here. Let's see. Because this is an error I haven't seen before. No tables used. See, that's something I wouldn't have expected to find out. But the transaction does exist here. So this is... It's coming from who knows where. Do we ever see my code? Here we do. Yeah, okay. I'm not sure if the way I'm doing this can even work. Let me take a look again at create bot bay. Oh, right. Darn it. I keep doing this. Create bot bay. I shouldn't have... Yeah, alright. Optional TRX. Let's do it this way again. So this is in the update blueprint had this. We made a function, and if this existed, we did things this way. Alright, let's try that. So then everything that was in this function is going to be... Wait a second, return co. Oh, I probably did that wrong. Okay. Okay, let's try that. We don't need to do any binds now, do we? Huh. You misspelled optional TRX? Oh yeah, thanks. So I guess all we really need is this. Yeah, we can do that. And I suppose it's the TRX function that needed this bound to it. But even then, it's not going to be necessary. Yeah, antimatter tape. I think there are a couple of things that I noticed on YouTube starting a while ago. I don't remember when exactly. It's been several years now. But there was people asking to like and subscribe. I think the reason they do that is because it works. But I think a lot of the time there were YouTubers saying, hey, tell me down below in the comments something about blank. And I always thought, what's the reason for that? Is it to get people to be more engaged, or is it to manipulate some system on YouTube that maybe number of comments increases your rank and search results or something? I don't know, but YouTubers don't seem to have been doing that as much lately. The like and subscribe thing definitely happens. Oops, oh, I shouldn't have refreshed that. Alright, let's try this out. We'll give it artillery. We'll hit create. This still totally fails. But this is failing with a different thing now. Bay ID is not defined. Bay ID array. This shouldn't even exist anymore. This must never have gotten created here. If Commons gave money, that would be a very gameable system. But apparently, every interaction can boost the search rank. I think because if you think about it, if you search for like I don't know famous song, you're gonna find the one with millions of views before you find the one with just a few views. So views is one of those interactions. I bet comments probably matter too. But I don't know. That has to do with their search algorithm. All right, so we're just not getting anything back from this. I think development today has already just totally gone off the rails. I'm feeling pretty dejected about today so far. Let me see what this thing has in it. It has 13 there. So why is this failing? Oh, because this isn't constant anymore. Okay, great. And why is this even needed? For that. Yes, got it. Okay, great. Antimatter tape, I think YouTube's general philosophy is be as hands-off as possible when it comes to policing the website content. And I think this is possibly the only choice when it comes to a website of that size. I think you'll get a lot of angry people if you start enforcing terms of service on some people and not others, and so they leave it up to what DMCA requests, and that's not even on them to originate. They just need to enforce it. Okay, that apparently worked. So do we have a new blueprint in the database? Yes, we do. All right, so then this solution that I'm doing will work. It's just really tedious. No, but it is policing content, right? Emphasizing the subscribe, like, and dislike buttons. They can't stop people from pointing those out themselves. And if it's see you, Endorn. And if it's been shown to be the best way to get subscribers and likes, the new ad rules tell people to not make content that is not Happy Sunshine World. No, what I'm talking about is YouTube is not really the ones policing those rules. Not in the same way that literal police would police rules. So YouTube has that hero system, right? Enough things bubble up to them where they'll just find out if something's wrong. This is as opposed to something like, I don't know, moderating a small forum. You yourself are probably just seeing, okay, that violates the rules. Let me get rid of that. But there's so many YouTube videos produced, so many hours of YouTube videos produced every second that it's impossible for any staff to go through all those things. Yeah, antimatter tape. I guess it's just that it works. Can I bold a TD without CSS? B tag doesn't seem to work. Jupyter, I would just use, I think it's called strong, but I would also just use CSS there. You don't have to though. I'm not talking about policing rules. I'm talking about smaller changes, even to just the. Oh, I see what you're saying. When you say emphasize, you just mean like make them stand out more, not put in verbiage to make it obvious that you should just be clicking those. All right, yeah. I mean that could be done, but do you think that'll have an impact? I think if you're a YouTuber and you're relying on money from ads, you're probably going to do whatever you can do to get more viewers to your channel and to get your videos to show up first in search results. So if you find that you get more results by producing controversial content, for example, you'll probably produce more controversial content. Strong doesn't work either. Yeah, I'm not sure then, Jupyter. What can't you use CSS for? Wambra, I think so, but I don't think that's necessarily a human policing it. I guess it's an automated system that's probably determining what's going on in a video and then choosing how to monetize or demonetize content. Okay, so this thing worked. I think part of the reason why this is so ugly is because of the flow that I have here. Like the database layer is calling back into the server layer. I wonder if we should do this. Because we know what changes need to be made, we just need to validate them. I think the reason that applying any solution is going to be tough right now is because of how many times we bounce from REST server to database layer code. Well, not bounce. Yeah, an antimatter tape, the way I look at that is, I mean, there's nothing stopping Redditors from saying, oh, hey, upvote if you agree, other than Reddit, which is what other users will downvote you if you say to upvote them. I don't think it works the same way on YouTube, but I don't think that telling content creators about it would matter. And I think the reason why is because on Reddit, anyone can be a content creator incredibly easily. You can just literally copy paste a link to something you didn't have to create. But on YouTube, you have to create it yourself. And so I think that the viewers don't care as much. Whereas on Reddit, they're like, wait a second, that could have been my post on top. All right. Could we reduce this somehow? The reason it needs to bounce back is to prevent or to validate data, which is something I don't want the database layer knowing how to do. Let's see. What validation do we have to do here? Well, check to see if that's a number there. Doesn't even technically matter. And then here it's what? Making sure the name is okay? Yeah, I suppose that's necessary. We could do this. We could do this beforehand. We could do the validation before we get to saving. It's probably best anyway. That way the database layer can just figure out how to update itself. Hey Greenful, I'm not using the HJKL keys. I don't have any Vim bindings set up. Granted, I also typically don't use arrow keys unless it's like within my field of view. I try to just go to functions based on quick searching. Yeah, Geek, I generally agree with that. So antimatter tape, I guess what I was trying to say earlier is I think YouTube's been generally hands-off as far as content goes, unless they have to be hands-on. So anything illegal or that costs them money. I think that's it. That's just generally their stance. That there's too much content out there that even doing this sort of thing is like, why should they bother on their platform? I'm not saying that's the best way of doing things. I think there are probably some possibly minor changes they can make to have a good effect on YouTube. And I'm not sure I can even suggest what those are, but they've decided they're not going to do it for whatever reason. So I wonder what I do now. I wonder how I should fix this. I think I need to make a new branch and commit this stuff there. I also think I need to remove any superfluous functions first, since they're just making refactoring harder. Hey, Jeff. Did you say new branch? I haven't actually made a new branch yet. I don't know why I'm so, like, why am I waffling so much on this stuff? Is this function even called anymore? Because I think at one point it probably was, and now I doubt it. Account server REST client. Create bot bay. Yeah, but is this ever actually called? Account server, account server, account server, account server. And then here. It's not. It's just never called. Except for this, which I bet doesn't even exist anymore. Yep. Doesn't even exist. Okay. So, for example, creating a bot bay directly is no longer possible. Is this a bug? When attacking antimatter tape, double clicking any of his bots colors the BG red, but colors the top left square green. It's actually not a bug. It's just not an explained feature right now. When you click anyone's bots, so for example, I click this, that tile is always going to be green. This represents their waypoint, and the waypoint is not something you can set, so I just default it to the upper leftmost tile. But it's confusing everybody, so I really should disable that. And yeah, what's a waypoint? A waypoint is just a thing that you have access to via Blockly. Where is it? I don't even know if I left it in here. I think I might have gotten rid of it. Yeah, but there's a pursue waypoint thing. This is going to change. But a waypoint was just a way for you to be able to say, oh, hey, bot, like, see how there are bots laid out like this? You could click your bot and you'd be able to say, hey, this is a point of interest for you. So you're just giving it a waypoint, which is a way for you to say, this is an X coordinate and a Y coordinate, without you having to go into your code and be like, okay, hang on a second, let's do this. Let's set a variable, important X coordinate equals math, let's say 6 for this game. And then important Y coordinate equals whatever. I'm just going to duplicate this, so imagine that I changed it. You'd have to modify these values every single time. This just gives you a graphical way of doing it. But that graphical way isn't implemented yet, so it will give you a way of doing it. Yeah, cool, Summerball. So having a double click is a bug? I don't know what double clicking is actually doing here. Like, when you select any bot, you have a waypoint. So for yours, it's going to be the CPU. So you can see the CPU gets highlighted green when I select my bot. So having to double click, I don't think double click should be necessary. I'm not sure why that's happening. Single click, I will say this, there's been bugs where single click just doesn't work for some reason. So that could be a bug that you're running into, and it's a bug that I haven't tracked down yet. Can I create a new branch and not lose all of my code? First of all, let's save everything I have so that I don't run into any weird issues here. So here's what we'll do. Can we copy all of the copy paths? Yeah. Okay, so here are all of the paths. Let's just copy all of these to like a botland backup. So here's where we are. Let's set dest equal to, just make a backup thing. Let's set dest equal to this, and let's copy all of these to dest. There. Uh-oh, overwrote. Can't do that. Yeah, definitely can't do that. So now the client main doesn't exist anymore. So let's go fix that. s/gameserver main.js, and this would be des/client main.js. There we go. Except for now we need the /y command. Did it. All right, now we can make a new branch. All right, so new branch here. Branch database nightmare. I shouldn't call it that. DB wrapper refactor. So in saving a defense or attacking someone, the changes made to your scripts/blueprints need to be persisted to the database in the same transaction as the defense update or game results from attacking. This is going to involve a decent amount of refactoring. Cool. Oh, and switch to new branch? Just gonna overwrite our code. So we can still commit this stuff? Yeah, perfect. Okay, great. Why aren't you using git stash? I don't want to stash my stuff. I just wanted to make sure it didn't go away. And this operation shouldn't make it go away. But just in case I did something wrong, I wanted to save it all. Which I guess stash can help for that. But I think stash is only a push and pop operation. So I need to pop twice if I screwed that up. But yeah, that could have totally worked. Okay. So let's go fix some stuff. Why not? So create bot bay, for example. This is just gonna be gone. It's not needed. So goodbye. Create bot bay here. This stuff is apparently also going to be gone. The reason why this pulls from the body and not from the token is because I think at some point I want a game service to be able to make a bot bay for users. Yeah, we validate a bunch of stuff here though. Oh man, I guess the account server is doing the validation now. We can make it valid hardware config. Yeah. All right, well delete all of that. Cool. Now an account server REST client. We don't need this function either. So delete that. Setup React. We don't need this function. Cool. All right, that's done. Now, I kind of want to just commit this. I know it's totally broken, but I want to fix it up in stages. I guess one of the things we can do here is we can get rid of these changes. This doesn't matter. Yeah. What about this? There's a whole bunch of nonsense. And there's tons of bugs. Well, linting errors. These are easy enough. Script is defined but never used. No, 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 no. We're gonna need that eventually. Script deletion promises, yeah. Console statements we can get rid of. No, you know what? We don't need to worry about linting. What am I doing? The ones where I'm missing semicolons, I might as well fix those because those are always going to be bugs. But these other ones, I'm going to remove eventually anyway. So I'm not too concerned about that. Okay. Not bad. So maybe we check this in. Maybe I look over it first. Yeah, I just want to have a point to revert to. That's basically it. There's a ton of problems here, but at least I'm mostly aware of them. I just need to fix them. Yeah. So the is temporary thing, I guess it makes sense that that exists. It's mostly just like is client side only. Alright, so create foundation for refactor. Just broken in this commit. But I want to have a point to revert back to. Okay, next, let's get some of the validation of these things outside of here, because this should just check to see if all of these things will work. Yeah. Just ran into a defense with 14 bots. Is that a bug? No, I forgot who, but I upgraded one person in the game to level 10 or something like that. I upgraded them to level 6. I don't know why I did this, but I did. So they're the one person in the game who's allowed to have 14 bots. But yeah, you're allowed to put down more bots against that person. Eventually, that's going to be very common, by the way, Summer Bulb. You will eventually see some people are level 2, some people are level 5. Yeah. Okay, so what validation needs to be done, and really what can I do here? Update the defense at the end of this transaction. So if I do validation before sending everything to the database layer, then I don't need transaction code to leak into the account server. So really all this is, so for delete it's doing basically nothing. That's totally fine. For updates it's doing, so deletions, no validation required, just that you're the owner, I guess. No. Validate that you're the owner. Cool. Okay, for updates, what do we need to validate? The name, hardware, cosmetics. Name, hardware, cosmetics. Cosmetics is valid. Hardware and cosmetics Only use items from inventory. You're the owner of the bot if you're updating it. You own the script that you're using. Yeah, so progress is ground to a halt. I'm debating on ending this stream. I don't really think I've been getting a lot done today. And I think I'm just going to thrash my head against this for the next couple hours and try to figure it out. Yeah. Unfortunately, if I don't get this done today, I need to work on this tomorrow. And if this is the kind of thing I can't work on stream, then that means you guys wouldn't see me streaming for basically a month and a half. I think this is one of those days. I don't think I've ended the stream this early for a long time either. Thrash your head against it on stream. No, but I'm splitting my focus between chat and what I'm doing. Like, I want to pay attention to what Antimatter Tape and Geek are talking about, and so I'm like kind of reading it, but then I'm not paying attention to this. I'm not really paying attention to their conversation, and it's just tough. Plus, I want to do some studying about what Godeek was talking about and see if that'll help me and just kind of try things out. So, anyway, thank you guys for watching so far today. I will hopefully be online tomorrow at the regular time for the regular amount of time. Maybe I'll just ignore these errors that we were seeing and fix other bugs. No, Casper, I think that changes the mood of the stream if I'm ignoring chat. So I wouldn't want to do that. Anyway, yeah, thanks for watching, everybody. You guys take care. I'll see you tomorrow.